call, please.
Tina Argento.
Here.
Karen Bakuaski.
Bogdan is trying to connect, so he's working on it. He'll be connected in a minute.
Lisa Vermonti.
I'm here.
Thank you, honey. Tina Barrows.
Here.
Excuse me, Sonia. Excuse me, Sonia. Anyone that's not speaking, please mute yourself.
Sonia, did you? It's Lisa.
Lisa, yes, I got you,
Okay,
honey.
thank you.
You're welcome. Eric Rosati.
Here.
Thank you. Iris Herrera.
Here.
Thank you. Rick Caponegro. Frank Caboni.
Here.
Steve Chesler.
Yeah.
Thank you. Michael Trincelli. Teresa Sencada. Stephanie Cuevas.
Michael Chiricelli is here.
Thank you, Michael. Teresa Sencada. Stephanie Cuevas. Kevin Costa.
Here.
You. Ron Daly.
Here.
Thank you. Giovanni D'Amato.
Here.
Thanks. Aaron Drinkwater. Arthur Dibinowski. Arthur Dibinowski. Angelina Cortana. Lloyd Fang. Lloyd Fang.
Here.
Thank you. Julia Amanda Foster.
I'm here.
Yeah, Alice Fuller.
Here.
Crystal Garcia. Joe Goldstein.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Thank you, yes. Joe Gross.
I'm here.
Thanks. David Helmick.
Here.
Thanks. Sabrina Help. Katie Denny Horwitz. Katie Denny Horwitz. Moses Indy. Robert Jeffrey. Robert Jeffrey.
Robert's here.
Thank you. Mosina Kaminsky.
Here.
Corey Catton. Paul Kilterborn.
Hello?
Thanks. Yes. Who's hello? William Classbowl.
Here.
Marie Liaison. Adam Myers.
Here.
Sante Michelli.
Here.
You. Toby Moskowitz. Toby Moskowitz. Rabbi David Niederman. Mary Domerick.
I'm here.
Thank you. Dana Peterson. Austin Third.
I'm present.
Thank you. Michelle Rojas. Bella Sable.
Yes.
Thank you. Isaac Sofer. Samir.
I'm here.
Thank you. Del T.
Here. And Sonia, Katie Denny Horowitz is here, but she was muted.
There's the answer for herself, Dale.
I understand, but I'm hoping to get that message to Katie.
Thank you. I don't know if you can hear me.
William Vega. Yes, I can hear you, Katie. William Vega.
Corey
Simon
Canton is here
Weiser.
as well.
Yes, I'm here. Simon.
Yeah.
Simon, yes.
Oh, Sonia. Gina Barrows is
And
Okay.
Bogdan Bachorovsky is here.
So it's Katie, Corey.
Yes.
I'm here. My name wasn't called Jacob Itzkowitz.
That's good. I'm so sorry.
Yep. I'm here.
Okay, I gotcha.
Thank you.
Can you hear me? Bogdan is here.
can't hear. Who was that?
Bogdan, can you hear me?
Okay, Bogdan. Bear with me, people. Arthur Divinati? Did Arthur get in?
If anybody knows of anybody that's having an issue getting in, tell them to send an email to the office.
Madam Chair, 6:13, 34 members answer the call.
Thank you, Sonia. First item on the agenda, public hearing session, presentation 94 Wythe Avenue. 94 Wythe Avenue. Bill Dawn, Dan Daly, is anybody here to present on this item? Is anybody here to present on 94 Wythe Avenue? Next item on the agenda is corporation formed by Bruce Jones doing business as 240 Broadway. 240 Broadway.
Hey, Bryce Jones here.
Who?
Bryce Jones?
For 240 Broadway?
Yes, for 240 Broadway.
You may proceed.
Frank, you with me?
Yes, I am. I had a little trouble getting in, but I'm here.
Okay, I'll begin. Community, thank you for taking the time. Really appreciate everybody taking the time out of the schedule. In regards to the full board, we're presenting an opportunity to State Liquor Authority application for 240 Broadway. It's a 2-level restaurant, lunch, bar, and food and beverage hospitality space. We will be serving breakfast, lunch, dinner, and late night food and drinks. Under the application, we listed every day, 11 a.m. to 4 a.m. It's our intention to operate the space as much as we possibly can. The idea would be very similar to some of our other locations in New York City, some of which we operate in the community right now. There would be a combination of people working during the day on their laptops and offering it as a community space, as we've offered it to many people in the community that are even on this call right now. The nightlife side of it would be a restaurant space that serves food the entirety of operating hours. As far as music goes, we would have music from all walks of life in the neighborhood, whether it be live or DJs or background music. And this would be on 2 floors, accessible through a common area of an office building. That would be on the 5th floor and then rooftop. There would obviously be no amplified sound outside under the SLA guidelines. For the outside, we understand that there are residents to the rear of our building. We plan on putting soundproofing in line with SLA requirements and so forth on the back of the building to really help with any kind of acoustics. We also plan on our operation really on the back side of the building that's facing the most residences. And I guess that would be the eastern side, would be mostly infrastructure. You'd be insulated by a 20-foot cinder block elevator shaft. You would also be insulated by a 20-foot wide kitchen, either of which would not obviously have any kind of amplified anything, and would separate the venues as well with brick and mortar. We've reached out to members of the community, whether it be, we've heard there's opposition to this, so we reached out to those that we believe are in opposition. We've had ongoing correspondence now with. Sorry. We're having ongoing conversations, even though they don't seem to be too productive, with Mr. Joel Gross. It'd be our hope, after reaching out to the community, it's been only our desire to present, what our path is from an operating standpoint, and to hear the concerns of the community accordingly.
Concludes your presentation.
No, actually, just wanted to mention, my name is Frank Palillo. Good evening, all of you. Thank you for having us. I wanted to mention, since the subcommittee meeting, my client has made numerous attempts to reach out to Mr. Gross, and his attempts have been rebuffed. We'd like to start a dialogue about this case. We're trying to. But a response that says change your entire application and then I'll talk to you, it's not a response. And that's all I have to say. We're trying, in the spirit of fairness, to work with the community, but we're not getting much cooperation.
I also would like to note, we have a long history of operating in CB1. We've operated in South Williamsburg for some time now. We've had numerous campaigns of support for the Los Suros community, for CUF, for local residences, to the point that the borough presidents actually proclamated me for my work in the community, as supported by Los Suros back in 2018. We participated with many iterations of Williamsburg, and we look forward to working with, the residents of Broadway. We're not a private equity backed company. We're not a massive corporate conglomerate that you see sometimes in Williamsburg. We're family owned, family operated, and it's important how we do business. So.
Concludes your presentation. Are there any questions? Sonia Glacis?
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Jones. Why are you saying you're getting pushback? What is the history of your establishment? What is the concern of Mr. Gross, as you explained earlier?
To my knowledge, all I know is that there's community pushback on the basis of the hours of operation. We are absolutely open to discussing that. But again, I think it's a discussion. The only response that we've got formally from any community member was that we have to change our application to even begin a conversation. And that's not a conversation or a negotiation, that is a demand. And we'd like to go and hear the concerns of the community. We tried to present to CB1 in the Public Safety Council meeting, which has previously been how this community board, I believe, allows people for State Liquor Authority applications to present. We were told that we couldn't. We had to present here. So unfortunately, this is really the first I'm going to probably hear the real concerns of the community.
And what were your hours again?
Our hours are 11 a.m. to 4 a.m. is what we're applying to daily.
Oh, I see. Thank you.
Foster?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the recognition. Yes, they did come to the SLA, and as you can see, Joel Gross has a bunch of people from the community that are opposed. It's not just him, but your operation of hours is a very concern of ours. From 11 a.m. to 4 a.m., there's people in that neighborhood that have to go to work, and you want to work. You want to operate and have music going on a rooftop up until like maybe 4 a.m. in the evening, and you've been open from 11 a.m. in the morning, and you want to close at 4 a.m. in the morning, and you want to have music on a rooftop that you cannot soundproof? I don't know how you can soundproof a rooftop. I want to know how you can do that. And I think we asked you, were you willing to change some of your hours, especially during the weekend. During the week. People have to go to work. So my question is, are you willing to help satisfy those people in that neighborhood? As you can see, he got a whole room full of people that are opposed to you. We're all here to work together as a community. We have to give and take. I mean, the weekend maybe, but you got Monday through Friday to 4 a.m. in the morning. And that's a residential neighborhood where you are surrounded by also a housing development, not mine, but a housing development with a rooftop with music. And you plan to have a DJ, maybe live music. How does that, come on, we got to compromise somewhere.
Thank
Do
you.
you have a question, Judy?
That's my question, Madam Chair. Where's the compromise? How would you plan to compromise?
Can't have a compromise if you can't have a conversation. We keep trying to have a conversation. No one's talked to us.
You came to us with that, and we asked you to also change your hours during that week.
You also didn't hear the case. We didn't hear the case. We didn't go into discussion. You said we have to go to the full board.
That's what's true.
How are
But we
you?
also did, Frank, state about the hours. We did state about those hours, especially during the week.
If we can't communicate with the neighbors, we can't make any progress. So you can't get to a compromise if you can't have a conversation.
Well, they're here tonight. Good luck. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Kevin Costa?
Hi, can I speak to Julia's note momentarily, if you don't mind? I know my attorney Frank just did, but I just wanted to address her as well. I believe that there are live music and amplified sound requirements outside no matter what. And that should help with the cause there because there are obviously noise ordinances accordingly. As far as the hours of operation go, I completely understand that people need to work. If you look at any of my venues during the day, specifically the one on 45 South 3rd Street, we literally have about 200 people every day working on laptops from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. It's not the same necessarily world that it was when people take over office space. And I think that's the reason why the developers of the property wanted us to come in here, because they've seen how we work with tenants. We're not just an office space. We're not just a restaurant. We're not just a bar. We're a combination of all those things. And that's the concept that we're presenting to this neighborhood. We've been literally a venue in Williamsburg that, yes, has had a live music concert, but we've also had elected officials from, I think we had a third party candidate even at the 2020 or 2016 election actually do a thing with the New York Times from our venue because of the people working there. It's a place for all people to come. That's why it's called a freehold. A freehold, legal in definition, is a place that anybody can go to. It's a place back in like the 1600s. If there was an issue with the heads of state, the people would go there. And that's what we try to be. We try to be a place for the people, not just in a restaurant capacity or a bar capacity, but also in a community-oriented capacity. So regarding the hours of operation, I'm more than happy to discuss the hours of operation. But again, it needs to be a discussion, and that we still haven't had. I don't think anybody needs to be open till 4 a.m. on a Monday. That's not a desire. But I will say that because this is not within 500 feet of another establishment, why would I not apply for the max possible hours of operation? But it's up to me to work with the community, and I'm trying to develop what is an acceptable tolerance of where I can accomplish my food and beverage concept that is, applicable to your quality of life. And that's something that we'd like to work to and discuss.
Thank you. Kevin Costa?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Bryce. Thank you, Frank, for being here. So I have a couple of questions in terms of like what the best practices are that you've implemented with your other businesses, and also just wanted to ask like what you've done to work with the community in terms of like having a dialogue with those other establishments that you've mentioned. You've mentioned that you know, you haven't started to have that dialogue because you haven't heard from the community. But I've gotten lots of letters as a CB1 member, and I've heard, you know, just from this call that, you know, the conversation is happening on this call, and that the community isn't happy with opening up or having a rooftop open up until 4 a.m. So I'm curious to hear your thoughts and why you don't necessarily think that that's part of these conversations. And yeah, look forward to hearing like what the plan is, what the best practices are, excuse me, and yeah, what you've done with your other establishments. Because if you have that track record, then, you know, maybe using that to build your case for this establishment would, you know, behoove your business.
No.
Thank you, Kevin. I quote from Mr. Joel Gross: "We are more than happy to meet you with all concerned neighbors at our Williams Plaza Community Center after we receive a revised application for shorter hours as requested by the State Liquor Authority standard of stipulation CB1." So that is not an open conversation. That is a demand where, you know, we're open to anything, as I've noted to Mr. Gross, who really represents the community that's opposing this the most. We have a variety of solutions, from soundproofing the rears to acoustics on the night. We can limit the sound exposure in the evening. We can limit our hours of operation. We can have security on the ground floor, which would only be a benefit to the community underneath the area right now, with the crime on the corner there. We would have the ability to route Ubers to different destinations away from residences. We would be able to have obviously relationships with the police department. The 91st precinct, we've been responsible, I think, for over 20 arrests that are not inside our building currently on South 3rd Street. With all the traffic from Domino Park, you know, our security cameras and our team that's on the ground there has been able to be responsible for arrests that have really helped the community. You know, whether it be going to public safety meetings on a monthly basis with our leadership teams, to community activation with, you know, at Los Suarez, for a very long time, on every Friday around Thanksgiving, we would give out food for like 8 hours. There'd be a line of 800 people in the community that would collect food that week. You know, Thanksgiving, we donate, I think, something like 50 turkeys a year to help the community, whether it be food drives. And we don't really focus on national or international charities. We focus on local support that actually like hits the community in like a real positive way, rather than like just donating to like the Red Cross or something. Not that there's anything wrong with donating to the Red Cross, but I think you understand what I'm saying. So no, there's a variety of ways, and there's a best practices from the NYPD, from the New York Hospitality Alliance Association, which I sit on as a contributing board member. You know, I'm not the first restaurant or hospitality venue to open up on Broadway or near a community. And the first rule of thumb on how to develop a positive relationship is to have a conversation. And I think that's going to be the narrative everybody keeps hearing tonight.
If I may, Bryce, thank you for mentioning all of that. I think that putting some of that in writing and sending it to us would be a good first step to encourage that dialogue.
Kevin, I think the only, I'm working in this application and with, like, from everything I've sent, the signatures that we have and the process. Do we not believe that like our efforts in the community over the last decade in South Williamsburg have earned us the right for at least a conversation with the community? Like, I understand what you're saying, like put it all in writing, and I think we have, to be honest. I think most of that is in our application. But I think we're entitled to a meeting, like to just have a conversation as neighbors. Like, I've been a resident of Williamsburg for 17 years. And I wasn't born here. I'm sorry, but you know, I think 17 years of commitment to the community, and 10 years being a business owner. I employ over 250 people in Williamsburg. And I think at the end of the day, like, I'm happy to make all these requests and considerations, but I think a conversation needs to be paramount. And that's literally how you build communities, you know?
Thank you. Dale?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Where do I start? You asked a question, why would you not ask for the maximum amount of hours? And given the fact that you are going to be operating in a residential area, I guess the answer to that would be because you intend to be a really good neighbor and empathetic neighbor, and you would want to make that kind of a statement up front. That's the answer, my answer to your question. But I have a question. I thought you said that apparently I misheard. I thought you said you were not going to be having music and sound outside the building, but that's not correct, right? Are you having music on the roof?
I believe there's a state liquor authority requirement that monitors outside exterior sound. And it is our intention to operate within whatever that SLA guideline is. It is not our intention to be an exterior nightclub, if you will, if that's what everybody's thinking. We have no interest in that. We want a place that people can come together. We want a place that's going to be longstanding in the community. We're happy to memorialize that. But
Are you prepared? Are you planning to possibly have music on the roof?
Frank,
No.
what is the SLA?
Right, the answer is no. The answer is no.
No,
I
exactly.
know you'd like to have it, but the answer is no.
So you would be
On
willing?
the application, I see yes. On the application, you're right. You will have music on the roof.
Who's that talking? You don't have the floor.
Okay, so you would be willing to put in writing and enter into an agreement, an enforceable agreement that you are not going to have music on the roof?
Yes, I'm happy to abide by. Isn't that in the stipulations that the community board generally represents?
Just so you know, the community board is very hesitant to approve rooftop music unless the establishment is in a very commercial industrial space. So okay, so that was my question.
Dale, I'm sorry to interrupt. What was just to have an understanding of what my competition bears, what is like the Moxie rooftop stipulations? Or the William Vale or the Williamsburg Hotel?
I'm sorry, I don't, could you repeat your question?
From a music standpoint, what is like the Moxie stipulations or the Williamsburg Hotel or the hotel that's going up across the street on Broadway? What would they have?
Well, you'll have to, why don't you, can somebody from the SLA committee answer that? They'd be better to answer it than I would.
Okay.
This is Eric Dell with Madam Chair.
Excuse me. I have hands up that has been up for a while. So,
Madam Chair, maybe
wait, Dale.
could answer that question.
Eric, do you want to answer that question?
I just want the applicant to be careful not to mention the Williamsburg Hotel or the William Vale. We have had a lot of complaints in the past about the music and the noise carrying across blocks that have caused problems, and as well as the I forget what the name of the hotel is called now, across from McCarran Park, which is like a constant battle and a terrible operator where it comes to responding to noise complaints. So just want to be careful about, making allusions to those other properties, because there have been problems, which is why we are so triggered by hearing that there may be music on the roof. But if you're willing to stipulate at the next SLA meeting that is never ever going to happen, then that changes the game. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Gina Barros?
I want to clarify, what is the maximum capacity of people that will be occupying the premises, and what is the maximum number of people that will be using the roof?
I believe the roof will be somewhere around 250 people, total capacity of 450 people.
450 people using the full premises and 250 people using the roof.
No, well, 250, 450.
How many people will be using the roof?
250.
150? Okay, that's my question.
Thank you, Gina.
Thank you, Gina. Charlie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I have a question for Mr. Jones. Did Mr. Palillo inform you, because the SLA review committee has been very strict about 4 a.m. is something is even not contemplated in our stipulation. So that's one of the question. And also to reiterate a little bit, recapping what Mr. Brusidis was saying before, you know, they've proven all these terraces, it seems to be, you know, a very recurrent current trend to have disastrous impact in terms of quality of life. And also reminder, many times it's not just the sound, it's just 250 people talking until late hours on the roof, even 2 a.m., they definitely have a tremendous impact. And I believe one of our current member, Samir Talati, that wasn't a board member at the time, but we had chance to meet him. He came with the community, and to mention what Eric Brusadi was saying, that's the McCarran Park Hotel. They had a tremendous battle. And I believe all board member heard, you know, how disastrous this was for the quality of life. So I believe roofs are really have shown to be really not a compatible presence, you know, and we were talking about late hours, but we were talking in the past in basement, in places where not audible to people, and it's really unimaginable, you know, to see what impact. And it takes a tremendous battle for the community, and also it takes tremendous battles up to the New York State Legal Authority, and that's what's on the press about the McCarran Park Hotel. And you know, definitely the intervention had to be so extreme. I don't know what the situation is, but I believe Mr. Talati probably could tell us more. But they're stopped. I don't think they can't operate right now. And once a license is granted, it's very difficult for the community to confront you or to have a dialogue, because you are there to do your business, which is a fair request. But people is there to live and to reside in that place. And I see the incompatibility of the two activity, you know, happening at the same time, especially this place. If it's not happening indoor where you can contain sound, there is no way that you can contain sound on this roof. It's impossible. Even the sounds of the people, 250 people back and forth until 2 a.m., that's an hour. They can put the community under a lot of pressure, the community. That's all. That's my comment. And a question was about the hours, that we don't approve hours to that time. You know, our stipulation, they don't contemplate that at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Katie?
Would you like me to answer it, or you just making?
Yes, sir. If you want to answer about the hours, yes.
I think to answer to the roof, and first of all, everybody should know that the roof is right across the street from the JMZ train. And you hear the JMZ train, it's literally like 20 feet away from you at the same height level. And even in all my years in hospitality, I've seen a lot of different things. Very few things are louder than the JMZ train 20 feet away. But that said, if it's the wish of the community to not have outside sound on any exterior part of the property, I'm definitely open to that and happy to discuss it. But again, I'm going to keep going on the same rhetoric. Like, I'd like to have a discussion with the community, because it's not just such a simple thing. That I understand that this community board will just put the stipulations out and like that's done. But like clearly from all the discussions here about some of the different hospitality venues that have signed those stipulations, it's not working. So what works is discussing these things with the community on a day-to-day basis, having an open door, and coming up with an operating plan that works for everybody. And that is my hope, to have a conversation with you. And if the main point is the exterior sound possibility of that roof, I'm sure we can figure that out together.
Thank you. Katie, I'm sorry. Austin Fareed was next. Austin?
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm a neighbor in South Williamsburg, actually, and I had several neighbors who used to live in that building. And Bryce, I wonder, I imagine we maybe even share some of those neighbors, some of those peers. A few of them, they've been displaced forever from our neighborhood. From this building no longer being residential. I know a couple who actually are kind of permanently houseless. But I was just, I guess, curious if you maybe can share any stories about neighbors who lived in that building previously, or also just thoughts on housing in general in the neighborhood, Bryce.
I don't think anybody here wants to hear my opinions on housing or politics. But I would say that I know Los Suarez and CUF and a ton of other organizations within the community definitely would help with the gentrification process of Williamsburg, with help with legal representation, and fair housing accordingly. But again, I'm a tenant. I wish one day I was a landlord and be able to face some of those ideals and discussion points. But right now, the way I put food on the table for my family is I tenant landlords' buildings and do my best by operating and doing it in a way that the community appreciates it.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, man.
Katie?
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Bryce. So I often go to SLA meetings. I must not have gone to the one that you went to because it doesn't ring a bell. So I'm sort of listening to you new right now. And so I guess I have a question, but before I ask my question, also just a little bit of advice. For me, as listening and hearing your proposal for the first time, there still seems to be a lot of questions about like the capacity. Is it 250? Is it 450? Is it 450 total, or is it 450 inclusive or not inclusive of the 250 on the roof? And also kind of what you're going to be serving, what your vibe is, what kind of audience you're going to have, how we about the soundproofing, about the community engagement. So it sounds like you've had some past experiences with certain community board members that perhaps has impacted the way that you're presenting your project tonight. And so as a newcomer to your project, I think it would be helpful because let's be clear, this is the place that you can have community dialogue. And so I'm hearing that you want that community dialogue, and that's kind of what we're here for now. But as someone who would be interested in having that dialogue, I feel like there's a lot of information that we don't necessarily have. Like just like a simple deck about what your project is. And, you're very vague about the music. And I think one thing that is quite clear is the rooftop, right? And so even in this conversation, it's been back and forth of, okay, I'm not going to have music on the rooftop, but let's talk about whether or not we can have music on the rooftop. And so I think just kind of starting fresh, understanding that not all of us were part of those previous conversations or know about the community complaints. Like I would be interested, not right now because we've already been talking, but what the whole project is, and that experience that you had in the past and how that informed what you're doing here and kind of the concept. And so that's just a little advice. And I guess my question is, how you mentioned this other business. What are the hours of your other business? What's the capacity of your other business that you had mentioned that's also local? And I guess how would you change your proposal in terms of hours or rooftop now, hearing that even the folks on this call aren't too keen about music on the roof? And aren't too keen about the late hours, just to open up that dialogue, to have that dialogue now.
Yeah, no, I understand. And Katie, I don't believe we were able to present at the SLA meeting was what the issue was. Regarding the other notes that you had, everything's in the application that goes to the community board. And for any concerned community resident that wanted to see something previously, we'd be happy to communicate ahead of this meeting with things like menus and floor plans and presentations and conversation. Regarding the question, the other venues, we have Chow Chow Disco on North 11th and Wythe, We have Freehold on South 3rd Street in Wythe. We have Pod 39 Rooftop, not in Williamsburg. That one's in Midtown. We don't have an affiliation with the one in Williamsburg. You know, we have experience. All these are open till 4 a.m. And they all open for lunch. And we have coffee for this program. And I do believe the capacity was correct. It was 250 on the roof with a total capacity of 450 because the interior capacity would be 200. So it would be a total of 450. And that's what I believe states on the application. Regarding
And to be clear, the full board doesn't receive the application. I mean, like we haven't gotten it before this conversation, so that's what I mean.
Frank, that we don't share these things.
I sent it.
Okay.
It was, sorry, it was sent to the full board.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. But regarding the menu, we have a longstanding relationship with Counterculture Coffee. We roast that and we serve that during the day to fuel kind of the workday vibes. We serve lunch with the typical things that you would have at any, you know, kind of workplace by day, things like avocado toast, salads, sandwiches, light fare, and then transition into more of a restaurant menu in the evening hours. On some of the busier days during the evening hours, we have either jazz or we have a DJ, and it's like light background music. And then in the evening hours around 10 p.m., we have a DJ like most bars and restaurants in town that do that. And that goes probably to about 3 a.m. And then we stop that and make sure everybody exits the facility in a way that's respectful of our neighbors and so forth. So that's how most of our operations operate. Again, we're open to conversations with this. I think to answer your note on like, why wouldn't we just give those things? Well, I think hospitality, you know, rent's not cheap, as I imagine many people understand on this call with Williamsburg. And anywhere in New York City, it's hard for hospitality to make money. That doesn't mean that hospitality should go away. It does do a service to the community. However, you know, you need as much as you can to make sure you make money. Every hour that I give up is an hour that a dollar doesn't go into the register potentially. And, you know, that's an important thing when thinking about spending, you know, a large amount of money on one of these projects. We're happy to commit to the community, but we're not opening a nonprofit for the community. Otherwise, this would be a very different call, I imagine. We're opening a place that we, you know, need to pay rent, just like anybody else. So I think I can't just say, I'm going to give you this and I'm going to give you that without knowing the full scope of what the community wants. And again, I've yet to understand that because of the lack of communication, which is uncharacteristic for this community, by the way.
Chair, may I ask just a quick follow-up?
Make it quick, Katie. We got a lot of hands up.
So with the business model that you're talking about, what is the earliest what is the earliest closing time that you can imagine for your business model to work?
I think it varies day by day. I think, you know, what I've seen in Williamsburg probably in the last 5 years is that there's really not much happening that's any good after, you know, certainly after 2 a.m. on the weekdays. I think if you have anything less than 4 a.m. on Friday and Saturday, it's a detriment to that side of the business based off the competition in the marketplace. You know, I also think opening early is important as well to offer that level of service during the day as well. So if you're asking me if I want to close a Tuesday at 10 p.m., like I'm not opposed to it, but I think I don't want to sign something here and business changes. And I'm not saying it changes towards a nightlife perspective, but like, you know, I'm applying for everything to make sure my business can do well so I can serve my community the way I can and I can make money and employ the people I'm going to employ. If I limit myself to 10 p.m. every day, that limits my options. And I just think that I'm coming in here asking for everything and have a conversation with community and figure out what's really important to you guys and to develop kind of an operating plan based off that.
Thank you. Iris Cabrera. Iris?
Yes, thank you so much. I've been waiting for a long time. So I'm sorry, I didn't catch the address of the building. You said it's on Broadway. What exactly the number is?
240 Broadway?
240 Broadway. So before I have my question, I just wanted to let you know that I've been living in this community. I used to work for Los Sures. I used to participate to those dinners that you mentioned. So that doesn't mean that first, I appreciate everything that you do for the community, but that doesn't mean that we as a board member are going to allow you to do things that it's going to hurt the community, especially my community of the South Side. So you have business in the North Side, which is a lot of families living there. So we need to be careful. That's why the board's been very strict, because we want to make sure that what we do and the decisions that we make are decisions that are going to benefit the community. This is out of control. Everything that we see in this community is bar, restaurant. And like everybody said, people wanted to go to sleep, people wanted to go to work. I have a family. Yes, I live next to the J and next to the C. So I don't want more noise on top of that don't allow me and my family to go to sleep when I have to wake up early in the morning to go to work. So that is my comment. My question is, how do you feel having a restaurant or a bar near your house and you cannot go to sleep at 2 in the morning, Monday to Friday? My other question, do you have any children? Because I wanted to know how you feel if your children cannot go to sleep having a bar or having a rooftop. And I understand that you have a business and you need to do whatever for your business. But we need to do whatever we're going to do to protect the community, especially the people who have to wake up early to go to work.
Understood.
So, and also, I'm part of the South Beach Local Association. If you want to have a meeting with the community, and I know Los Sures, we're willing to have a meeting. I don't want to talk on behalf of Los Sures, but I know Juan will be happy to have a meeting. So I put the South Beach Local Association on your order. And I know a lot of people in the community. So if you want to have a meeting and care for the community, I'm here. I can coordinate a meeting because I know people will not be happy to having a rooftop closing at 4 in the morning every day.
Okay.
That's for sure. Because we've been fighting to a lot of other places that wanted to open to 2 and 1, and we say no. Imagine in 4 and 8. So you want to have a conversation, let me know. We can coordinate. I can have 200, 400 people for the community. You can hear from them. And you're gonna see that they're gonna share the same sentiment that we are sharing this board.
Okay. And I think the point is now I know that the biggest hurdle is weekday music and hours on the weekdays and the rooftop with music.
Yeah, especially in the rooftop, because if you have a space that people don't going to hear the noise outside, that's okay. Whatever you can do inside, and I cannot hear, and I know my neighborhood is gonna be okay. I don't think we have a problem with that. For having a rooftop to close at 4 in the morning, I'm sorry, my love, but no. That's a no.
Understood.
Yeah. Bella?
Bella, you're muted, Bella.
Yes, I think that this is like a first venue, a first request to open such a type of music on a roof in our area. And this is a very condensed residential area. And this is, you can just imagine how much a business would hurt so many hundreds of people, hundreds of families. I mean, you're focusing on who will be your clientele. You are focusing to bring in people from other areas to here, to your place, I guess. Something just doesn't make sense. I know that in a few things, they gave a lot of liquor permits in Greenpoint. Now everybody is sorry why it happened, because you cannot raise children when with 4 liquor stores on each block, and maybe 10 around in the square corner. So the same applies to this also. It's not. I know that in previous years, rooftop music and DJs went to places like lofts, business areas, not in a residential area. And now I'm just thinking it's very hard. I wonder why you chose to come to such an area, such a condensed residential area, and create so much headache. And another thing that I'd like to bring up about the train that you mentioned before, yes, people get used to the train. Somehow they can sleep with the train next to them. There's such a thing, they get used to it, and it's not the same. Heavy music in the middle of the night is not the same like the train. It's two different things. So don't mention, please, that if they get used to the train, they get used to your music. Absolutely not. And also, I don't know, this is a basic thing. I mean, I can talk about for longer time, but this is a basic question, a basic hindrance. Why you are coming to a residential area when you can do this in places where you will not get an opposition. It's sad. It's very sad. It's very sad that I need to sit here and say these words, but logically, it doesn't make sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Bella. Steve Chancellor.
I can respond to Bella if you don't mind. Thank you for the words, Bella. I think one, I'm not comparing exterior music to the train. All I was noting is that there is a loud train nearby. It seems that this board continually is wildly against the exterior music on the rooftop. And if that's the wishes of the community, I believe we'd be able to figure something out. Regarding your note on why I'd want to be in a residential community, Bella, well, I mean, to be fair, you know, I'm in the business of food. I think you're looking at me like I'm exclusively a nightclub or something, which is not what I am. And I don't see how being in the business of food is not good for a community. And on top of that, I'm offering, you know, people a place to work during the day, which in the growing atmosphere of remote work, I bet a lot of people that are residents next door are probably tired of working in their apartments and could probably come to my venue and enjoy a tea, a coffee, an avocado toast, a salad while working in a little bit more of a pleasurable environment. And I think that that's cornerstone to what we're doing here, and an important part of our business model. So I
don't even think that the people around here, like they're hardworking people using the train to go to work, come back, and the way your venue is like a high end, like you're going to bring the people from a different area to here. It's not something that's going to, from two different aspects, it's not going to satisfy it doesn't satisfy I mean, the rooftop music doesn't work for us. And also the clientele that you are seeking are not within this neighborhood, most of them. So
why do you think I'm seeking
it looks a little strange.
I'm sorry. I'd like to be in South Williamsburg, my home, by the way, on the basis of being around those from South Williamsburg. All the walks in life.
I'm here for 60 years already.
Okay. I mean, I wish
young teenagers. So, you know, the things changed, but, you know, as long as you do whatever you need to do, as long as you don't harm other people. And this is like really harming the way it disturbs our way of life. Anybody's. If it's children, if it's adults, it's just, it doesn't belong. Such a type of a rooftop music doesn't belong in a residential place. And it seems as if you rely a lot, your income is going to be based maybe mostly because of your rooftop music, because otherwise you just let go of it. But it seems like that this plays a big role. And this is, your plus is a big minus for our community.
I'll take those notes into consideration. I think that my response to this meeting.
Yes, if you had your children, I mean, would you like to live next to such a venue, next to such a, you yourself and your family, whatever it is?
Yes, I would.
It's very sad that we are here now in such a situation. We are plagued with many different problems. Our area has plenty and plus problems. And I don't think it's not even fair that you should just come and oppose upon us such a venue. Okay, thank you. I think I said my share. I could say more, but this is the list that I'd like to bring up. Thank you.
I think just one last note.
Chair lady, this is Mary O'Donnell. May I say a word? My hand icon is.
Your hand has to be up. I got people that's been waiting ever since the presentation ended. So
right,
I'm going by hands. Put
It's
your
not
hand
working.
up. Steve Chester.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just quickly, just say that, yeah, I frequent the north side, and the music blaring off the rooftops there is really, really annoying. And, you know, you hear the music whether you like it or not. I really hate that kind of attitude. But I had a question. I just, a question about just the pure volume of people, a max of 450 people. That's, it's kind of a compact area. Yeah, it's mostly residential behind it there. So I just wanted to comment on the mix of, at night having large crowds of people in and out of the establishment, just the crowds and cars, and it just seems in direct conflict with the neighborhood in the evening, especially. Thank you.
I mean, I think when we did our analysis on capacity, the zoning in the building could handle it from that standpoint. We also felt very comfortable with the city's infrastructure due to the location near the Marcy Avenue JMZ stop and the bus station. So because of those things, whether it be the sidewalks, whether it be the infrastructure for roads or public transportation, we felt that if, the Williamsburg Bridge, the bus terminal, and the Marcy JMZ stop could handle the volume, we'd be in much more of a better place to do that as well. It's not a single lane road that people can't pass by if somebody gets out of an Uber or gets into an Uber. The hours of operation, pending, we believe that the ability to get in and out is very quick. There's really not the risk that you have with a line. If you ever had anything that merited having a line outside, like many restaurants and bars do in Williamsburg, especially in the north side, we have an interior lobby that the lobby would be able to flow through, which would preserve the street in a positive way. And also, from what I've read about some potential crime on that street, I think the presence of having a licensed security guard would be nothing but positive for the community on Broadway there too in the evening hours. I think my wife would certainly feel safer getting off the Marcy stop and walking by a security guard than nothing at all, which has been typically the resolve of the NYPD and nightlife associations and so forth. So that's my short answer. And again, I am open to not having music on the rooftop per the conversation points here. I think that needs to be equivocally clear in this scenario.
Right, but you're considering having live music just on the in the interior of the building, which potentially could have a large swelling of people at one given time, right? Or
not more than what our legal capacity would be that we would do acoustical attenuation like the community board requisite is.
Right. Okay. All right. Thank you.
I think our live sound would be no more detriment to like a Baby's All Right in the community, and our capacity would be no greater than like a Peter Luger's in the capacity. So I think we're below brow there.
Thank you. Joe Gross.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to address the liquor license. First of all, the applicant always submit the applicant the last second. So we was unable to have a dialogue before the meetings. He submit again Friday the same application. Yes, if last night we have voting in-house. Today we have the meeting. The issue with the application is as follows. Just for Williams Plaza, our development here where I live, I am representing 1,800 residents in this development alone who is opposing that particular applicant. The reasons why, first of all, the hours, everybody talked about it already, 450 people in the live music. Let's go just on the 450 people. You can have that capacity. I think you would like to have that capacity every single hour. If not, you're out of business. So the question is, you try to do a survey, number one, with residents around, the impact on the residents. And that's, first of all, we don't have parking over here. The question is, number one, if you have a parking garage, if you're gonna have 450 guests, you have a parking area for your guests. Switch me, excuse me, Joe, switch me to that. I wanna ask the applicant, you have a parking area? If you're gonna have the capacity 450 people.
I think that we can take that under consideration, but no, I don't believe most of our guests that we've historically had in Williamsburg do not drive. They either walk to the location or take a car or take like a Uber or a taxi or take public transportation.
So the issue here will be, as you know, 240 Broadway is between the entrance and the exit from the Williamsburg Bridge. Having a couple hundred cars stopping every single hour, number one, the capacity of the traffic, the pollution, what everybody's concerned about it, as well, Broadway will be blocked off from the stops. What's happened is this Broadway is one of the main roads to Woodhull Hospital. We're gonna have ambulance with patients, critical patients, will have to wait just to clear the traffic out of the street. You're front from a bus terminal. And when you mention you have security guards, I don't think so. Your security guards will help anyone in the neighborhood. Your security guard is on your plan in the building, not outside the building. What's gonna happen with a couple hundred people? They're gonna drink. They're gonna walk out 12, 1, 2, or 3 o'clock in the morning. Your security guard will not controlling the streets around our development. You will not controlling the streets in the bus terminal. You will not controlling the streets around the 2 blocks where everybody will be impacted. As you know, we have a lot of nurses, medical professionals. I think we have one over here, goes to the subway as night shift, changing shifts, and nobody wants to walk in people who is fully drunk. And that is an issue a lot of people is concerned. And I don't think so you try even to reach out to your own block on Broadway, because we got letters from neighborhood, your next door building. You never even try to reach out to our NYCHA development. I find out about it because I'm a member of Community Board 1. That's why I find out about your applicants. When you submit the first application, it was not a full applicant. You submit just almost nothing, 2 pages if you would like to open an application. And then you submit the whole package Friday afternoon before the meeting from the SLA committee. And the last second you want a dialogue, we talk outside. You know the concerns from the residents. Number one, the traffic. And a lot of people is concerned. You're gonna have a 16-hour open kitchen. The chimney. Where is gonna be the chimney? Your chimney will be in the back, and everybody from our entire development will smell your kitchen. So, and also the rat issues. There's gonna be a lot of food. Servings a couple thousand people a day will create a lot of garbage, a lot of rats. And in the community feels is this facility will be a issue quality of life, a safety security issue. It will be bad for our citizens. It will be bad for our kids. And plus the MTA, we have multiple residents, multiple community members using the buses 24 hours. Everybody's concerned using the bus terminal and have to walk by 240 Broadway. That's why the application, everybody in my development is saying no, complete. And what I say in my email, the SLA committee asks you in front of me, you should revise, change your applicant. You just laugh them in the face. You're not willing to change. You're not willing to change. And I don't think so. We have that attitude before in our community board. I'm a member over a decade over here. We never have that. You're not respecting. And guess what? We just got a complaint from 2-3 management and saying about your establishment from South Tree, a lot of complaints. I think the entire board received it. We just got a community board 1. If you have an issue, if the surrounding community from your 45 South Street, from that business, from that bar, has issues, we have the documents over here. Is 311 calls, complaint over there. How we should feel? You're gonna come over here with a 10 times bigger capacity, and we will not have no issues. Definitely, we're gonna have issues. We're gonna have noise. We have people drunk. They're gonna went up. They're gonna start sleeping in our buildings. They're gonna be in our development, and we're gonna have to deal with the issues. You can say the word security card. You're having security card watching inside. You the 5th floor, the 6th floor, downstairs.
Joel, I understand your passion on this issue, but we have a lot of people. We have people that want to ask a question, and we've been on this issue for over an hour.
I say
now.
just 1
So could you
minute.
please
I would like to
summarize?
add. I just would like to add something. It's gonna take
No,
half a
Bella.
minute.
No, Bella.
Half a
Go ahead and
minute.
finish, Joel.
Respectfully, nobody said anything like laughing in anyone's face like that. It's totally untrue. Bryce wasn't even at the meeting. Please, let's try to be factual. Try.
I'm very factual. I was there. If the chair,
So was I.
if SLA committee asked
So
you,
was I there, Joel.
yeah, no, we talk.
Okay.
We talk
So
by
let's
the
be
meeting.
honest.
But
So
when
let's
the
be honest.
SLA committee is asking you to change your application and you're not doing it, you're submitting the same thing, that means you're laughing on the SLA committee, you're
SLA
laughing on the
chair
tired
asked us to
CB1.
reach out to the
One
committee,
person
to
speak
the
at a time.
community.
Calm
You
down, guys.
refused to
Calm
reach out
down.
to us.
One person speak at a time.
We don't have to reach out to you, run after you. You have to reach out to the community. This is how it
We
works.
did. You told us change the application, then we'll talk. That's not a dialogue. That's a
This is what
demand.
the SLA committee requests from you. Why we should meet of something
Sitting here very
will
quietly,
pass
but
through the SLA
I'm asking you
committee.
to be
even.
honest. I'm asking you to be truthful. No one laughed in your face.
I'm saying you laughing, not you laughing on the SLA committee's face if when they ask you to do something, you're not doing it.
They
You
asked me to
laughing.
meet. They asked me to meet with you. You refused.
Okay, guys. Okay, guys. Okay, guys. That's enough with you two. That's it. We're gonna move on.
Sorry, Madam Chair.
Next person is Shamir.
Good evening, and thank you, Madam Chair. So Bryce and Frank, just want to, again, thank you for coming on here.
We can hardly hear you, Shamir.
Give me 1 second here. Can you hear me now?
That's better.
Sorry, everyone. iPods don't always work the best. So, again, Frank and Bryce, thank you. I'm getting a better sense of the concept here. I want to be fully transparent that, I live on North 11th between Bedford and Berry. I've had to deal with a situation that we hope that Joel and his community and everyone, frankly, in this community doesn't have to deal with in the Coda Hotel. I'll spare you the context of that. Bryce, I think you know about your fellow colleague at the Coda Hotel and what they've had to go through. That being said, from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m., as you're well aware, the sound decibel levels at 42, anything above 7 decibel, you're in violation. And from our perspective, right, it is very, very difficult to coordinate with DEP and other agencies to get sound readings, to do the follow-up. And citizens, what they're told to do is write emails to our esteemed council members. And, Council Member Ressler has a wonderful team with Vanessa. But all of this takes time. And there's a lot of frustration. And it seems to me that you're an avid reader also. and that you read the New York Times. And the other day there was an article on the impact of sound on health that was published. And so my questions here are twofold. Having dealt with the Coda Hotel, this SLA, the State Liquor Authority, finally asked them to put some stipulations down. So my question to you is, one, after hearing the concerns of the community around your project or proposed project, what stipulations will you have in place to ease our concerns based on what you've heard thus far? What were you willing to commit to? And then two, you mentioned that you have other businesses in the community and outside of the community. And could you speak a little bit about, and I may have missed this, but about your track record in terms of 311, noise violations, any of the such that can give us some context into your operations from a historical track record? And thank you.
Thank you for the notes, Samir. So, not to reference the Coda Hotel, but I do know that the operator groups that have been in place there from year to year to year, ever since it separated from a condo building or for a full hotel to a condo hotel building.
It was always a condo hotel, not to cut you off. Let's not go. Probably not.
But they really haven't. I've never seen them once at a community council meeting. I've never seen them at a community board meeting. I've never seen them at all involved in the community. So I understand your frustration. For my track record, I believe my track record, and I'm sure the board and the team and Frank can tell me if I'm wrong on this, is flawless with the exception of 45 South 3rd. That was flawless prior to the opening of Domino Park. And basically, ever since Domino Park came, there have been some 301 calls with people coming up the block, specifically when Domino Park closes at 1 a.m. Outside of that, our location on North 11th and Wythe, we haven't had one complaint on. Our location in Midtown Manhattan, also a rooftop with a 2 a.m. license on 39th Street, has not had a complaint. And during COVID, I don't believe we had any complaints at any of our properties as well.
So can you just talk about what stipulations will you have in place to ease our concerns based on what you've heard? I don't think you addressed that question.
Sorry, my apologies. I'd be open to accepting a variety of stipulations. I think what I prefer not to do is throw what I want out now and then have the rest of the community make requests. But I'm happy to do that at the end of this presentation once there's no more requests, and I'm happy to almost make an offer to the community based off that, if that works for you.
Yeah, I think generally you have an understanding, just like off the top of your head. I mean, I think it seems like you have a pretty good idea of what we want.
I mean, I'd be more than happy to eliminate exterior sound. I think that is a completely understandable commitment from me to the community, and I think that's reasonable.
Thanks, Bryce.
Yeah, thank you.
David?
Yes. Hi. Thanks for giving me the minute, Mr. Bryce. Thanks for your time. I'll do it real quick. So, to when are you open on South 3rd Street on the weekdays? To when are you open over there? What time you close?
We close, I believe, I want to say midnight on the weekdays, but previously we were open till 4 a.m.
Right, but now you close midnight, correct?
Yeah, but we have the ability to close at 4 a.m.
But you close at midnight.
Yes.
Good. And on the weekends, when do you close over there?
4 a.m.
On your website says 3 a.m.
Yes, I'm sorry, I forgot that everything's 3 a.m.
Good. So all of a sudden, the 4 a.m. you ask for, you realize you're aggressive against yourself because actually you have a good concept, a good business that works, even if you close to midnight for 5 nights a week and 3 o'clock on the weekends. So why are you coming right away with this 4 aggressively? I understand for bargaining, but obviously you realize does not make any sense.
I was awarded by CB1 10 years ago a 4 a.m. liquor license every single day of the week. And why wouldn't I ask for the same thing?
Yeah, but you realize that's right. Now, quick, Groves has mentioned the issue with parking. Now, I'm not sure you saw it, but I got an email from 2 Trees, and that's your neighbor right in front of you on South 3rd, complaining about the traffic they have from the Uber and the Lyft cars, that they can't run their parking garage because it's blocked from so many car services coming in and out, and it's really disrupting their business. Are you aware about it?
I actually have not received a letter from 2 Trees. However, they did celebrate their holiday party at my location last year.
Yeah, but they are complaining about having problem running the parking garage at night.
I guess I'll have to talk to Jed Valentis about that.
Right. So that's number 2. Now let's make it real quick. How big is the hallway to this building on 240 South Broadway? How big is going to be the entrance, the hallway?
Oh, it's big. It's
How
like
big?
the elevators are like probably like 60 feet back, and the hallway is at least 30 feet wide.
And how many people you think fits in such a hallway?
I mean, I think probably about 150 if I had to take a guess.
Okay. How many elevators you have?
3,
You can have 3 elevators.
I believe so. Let me
One
look.
elevator special for that.
I'm sorry, we have 2 elevators and 2 staircases.
2 elevators. And
My
one
apologies.
is those elevators going to serve all the other floors also?
Yes, because the bulk of the other floors is for office during the day where we don't expect the same capacity, but for dinner service, we have a dedicated elevator.
And what's the capacity of each elevator about?
I'm happy to get that information back to you.
Let's say 10
I
people.
imagine it's a 2 elevators for that size of the building. I imagine it's probably about 16 people if I had to take a guess, but I'm not positive. I'm not the architect of record, but I'm happy to provide that.
Right. And so the timing, it just doesn't work. 400 people, to have so many people have to use this lobby and these elevators. We think you're going to have a lot of people outside waiting to get into the elevator and coming down, because 2 elevators, even 2 elevators, is not going to serve 450 people.
Well, typically they don't come there all at once. I would say generally as a restaurant, you know, if you guys make reservations on a restaurant, whether it be Open Table or Resi or Call, it's not like they seat everybody at once. It's really bad for your kitchen. So what you do is you do something called staggered seating. So you make reservations available, you know, for a certain period of time, and then it gives your kitchen time to reset. So what you do is because otherwise, if everybody came at once, because everybody here wants an 8 p.m. reservation. They don't want a 10 o'clock reservation. Sometimes they want to, you know, lower, but for the most part, it's 8 o'clock. If I had 450 people walk in at 8 p.m., we would close tomorrow because we couldn't keep up. So what you do is you do 100 people at 5 p.m., you do 100 people at 6:30, you do 100 people at 8:30, and you do 100 people at 9:30, and you have a nice little circulation that allows you to be able to maintain service standards. Because, I mean, despite the talk on this call, like I believe in hospitality and guest experience, and I think that's an important thing. So
Would you consider, you know, you have to say yes or no, closing every night, weekdays, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock on the weekends, no music at all on the roof, and obviously no people at all on the roof, because the roof, even if there's no music, there's noise. Nobody at the roof. In other words, the roof to be blocked. No people at the roof at all, because this is the main concern what the neighbors have. You know, I'm telling you, we're getting to the point. If the roof is totally blocked, nobody's in the roof, not even talking, discussing, laughing, because that is the noise. Closing at 12 o'clock on the weekdays, 1 o'clock on the weekends, and reducing a little bit the amount of 450 people, I think Joe Gross and the neighbors will work with you. But you really have to get those numbers. And this is what we're asking for you. Reduce your numbers.
well, again, you go for everything and you lose as you go.
No,
And
now
it's
you
not-
have to
and let me allow me, sir. You spoke. Allow me to finish, please. So, it's not even a matter of just this meeting. When I go to the architects and we finalize the occupancy plan, it might be down to 395, And then I'll be like, you know what? I want to add bathrooms because bathrooms are important to me. And now it's probably 360. There's going to be some wiggle room, but I want to propose to the community the highest capacity possible to hear concerns like parking and elevators and lines. And Samir, to your note of how I should have talked about what I'm willing to give up, well, I mentioned I'm okay with giving up sound. And suddenly the next person on this call, and no offense, David, I appreciate the note, asked me to not even have people on my rooftop. So there's a reason why I'd like to hear all the concerns of the community. I think the note, David, would be, me giving a 1 a.m. license on a Friday, Saturday is detrimental to my business. It's detrimental because even if I close at 1 a.m., if I can't say I'm open till 3, people don't come at 11. And that's the reality of it. You need
exactly what you want.
So I understand, but unfortunately that doesn't allow me to then take the space because I can't afford it. And if I can't afford the space, it's going to sit vacant. Versus this way, like property values go up. There's a value to the neighborhood from a community standpoint during the day. I've heard you from a standpoint of music outside, and I will do everything in my power and sign stipulations around that. But the hours of operation to some extent, especially on Friday and Saturday, are critical to the operation.
Would you consider having no people whatsoever on the roof?
No, I need to have people on the roof.
That's a problem.
I don't need to have them
Okay,
until 4 a.m. on the
fine.
roof. I don't need to have them until 4 a.m.
David,
on
I
the
need
roof.
you to
Gross is gonna tell
summarize.
you.
I'm sorry?
Joe Gross is going to tell you with his people in his
I
office.
need David to summarize.
I'm just summarized. It's not going to work if you're going to have people on the roof. And it's not going to work if you close 3 a.m. Saturday night. Weekends, 3 o'clock is not going to work. And people on the roof is not going to work. It's very simple. Joe, do you agree?
So the constituents over here is saying they want to sleep, they're working the whole week. They want to sleep in the weekend. They don't want to be up to 3 o'clock in the morning in the weekend. And they don't want to hear, they don't want to, they want to have for sure the roof empty. They have all windows to that rooftop. They don't want to see people. They don't want to hear talking. They don't want to hear music.
I wish I could rile my staff like you do, Joel. It seems that you have everybody's confidence. Listen, I would love to have a further conversation with the community about, what stipulations make sense for my business and what things that I could do for the community to have a positive impact on their livelihoods. If it's, music, we just talked about that. Hours of operation and bodies up there. I mean, like, I'm happy to do acoustical testing to get to a certain standard that's above what the city even has. You're welcome to test it yourselves. I'm happy to do a walkthrough of the space with key leadership. I can't host the whole community there because it's a construction site, but we're happy to do a discussion. As I said when we started the presentation, you literally have a 20-foot wide cinder block elevator shaft and a 20-foot wide kitchen that would prevent really any kind of noise continuation to the neighbors. I'd love to hear more insight on what do, but I think it's a conversation. It's not do this or nothing. Like I've never seen a community grow that way.
You have any plans about the impact of traffic from a couple hundred Ubers or Lyft every single day?
Joe, we have other people that had their hands up for a while that had questions. Okay? Mario Domerick, you had
No
a
problem.
question? Mary?
I'm here. I just want to say, he has an invitation to have a conversation with the community at Los Sudes. You are having a conversation with the community board now. Your focus seems to be the detriment of your business only and not the detriment of the community. So my suggestion is let's move on to another topic and you can accept the invitation to have a community meeting. How long can we stay on this topic? That's
Thank
all.
you, Mary. Thank you, Mary. Eric Rosales. Eric? Okay, Daly.
Madam Chair, yeah, no, I just wanted to respond to Dell's question, but thank you. I'm sorry I forgot to take down my hand. Thank you.
Everybody that has spoken, please take down your hand. Okay, Daly.
So I'll make this quick. I know, like Dell said, we've been talking for a while. Wanted to ask specifically about soundproofing, and I know you mentioned reducing exterior, not even reducing, but completely abolishing exterior sound. Wanted to ask you and Frank if you could clarify on some of those points. I know we've been asking specifically about that for a while, but wondering if you could elaborate more rather than just telling us that you would abide by community board stipulations.
I'm sorry, Ron, what's the question?
I'm asking for you to give us specifics on your plan for soundproofing.
Oh, well, the two residences that are on the southern and eastern sides of the building are both covered by infrastructure. So right there, like, I mean, I can get into what I plan on doing on the other walls, and I'm going to do stud walls with insulation sprayed in between. We're going to do, we have a tin ceiling. And for just based on the tin ceiling alone, because we don't want echoing, we have to fill it with insulation as well. That's a higher grade, and that goes to the roof, which they're restructuring the roof to be able to have the bodies on the roof. So there's going to be additional soundproofing inside the roof. And then the roof itself will have an elevator shaft that opens up, and then, you know, a dividing wall with soundproofing there as well. We would have on the rooftop, we would have, and I believe Mr. Gross's response to me initially asked for a fence that I think it was you. But we would have a back of house area that faces the southern side. That would be 8 feet tall. And we'd be happy to put additional sound proofing there. And on the eastern side, we would actually have a full structure of cinder block. So you're really concentrated from a sound perspective, really on the north side, and we'd be happy to insulate the walls on the western side. On the 5th floor, again, the entire eastern side of the building, which goes up against residence, has about a 20-foot cinder block infrastructure elevator shaft. You're talking at least 4 to 6 feet of cinder blocks between any residence and any one of my interior speakers, which is substantial. Then on the other side, from the southern side, you would have not only the 2 feet of building structure, brick and masonry, but then you would have a studded wall with soundproofing for heat treating for the kitchen as well. And then that goes another 10 feet. Then that hits the bathrooms, which don't have music. And then you go another 10 feet, and then you're finally in the space. So you're really 20 feet with a whole ton of cinder blocks before you even get to sound on either side that are the problem areas, if you will. I don't know how much better I could have planned this building in regard to the southern and eastern sides of the building.
Yeah, I mean, my only concern would be to the residents on either side. I work with sound, I work with audio, but audio travels the best when it's adjacent to a building like that. So studded walls and a 10-foot run, I think you mentioned that only enhances the bass, just the treble frequency.
Got it. Well,
Bryce, thank-
I'm not a sound expert, but from my understanding, like, that's pretty good. And we're happy to review any way to make it better. I'm not opposed to that. Like, I don't think it does anybody any benefit if the neighbors had an issue with our sound levels. That's not our desire. And we're happy to invest in that.
Absolutely. Thanks, Bryce.
Okay, Arthur, you got your hand up?
Yes, I have my hand up. Yes, Mr. Johnson, Frank. I think Frank knows exactly our SLA stipulations and hours that we permit in the neighborhood because of all those bars and restaurants being open for past many years and the complaints from all the residents. We have asked our SLA meeting on Thursday, and my recommendation actually to Frank and Mr. Jones is to please meet up with the community before you're going to come to our meeting. I have some kind of conversations with all the people that are against this project. That's my recommendation.
I'm sorry.
I have a recommendation for you and Mr. Johnson and for Frank too, because we have our SLA meeting this coming Thursday. So my recommendation, because if you have such a huge opposition in our neighborhood from all the residents, I would recommend for both of you to do your best to reach out and do some meetings with the neighbors before we're gonna have some kind of a vote from the SLA, because the opposition is really huge. So that's my recommendation for both of you. And the other thing is, Frank, as your attorney, is very aware of all the stipulations our SLA committee has for all the new establishments being open. So that's another thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Bryce, I hope you take, off the suggestion, try to meet with the community before you go to community board, before you go to the committee meeting, so you can resolve these issues to the best of your ability. Thank you. That concludes our speaking on this topic. Thank you so much for coming. Have a good
Can I
evening.
say one thing, Simon?
Simon, I ain't see no hand.
I can't. I'm on the
Say
phone. I have no access to. Can I say just one point?
1 point.
Very fast. Nobody mentioned that all the local politicians that cover this area have sent a letter to the state SLA that they should not approve this application. That's what I have to say. And also, I'd just like to once point that this is not a Joe Gross issue. As we just heard, this is a Lasouris issue. It's the whole Williamsburg community have sent emails. They live till a half a mile past this location, and they all have raised the concern and sent letters that this should not be approved. And it's not in the hours; it's the whole concept of this location. And I think that the investors should rethink themselves and take this business somewhere else. I'm sorry. Thank you.
I'm sorry. What was your name? I didn't get it. It says
Simon
Simon Wise, I'm the first vice chair of the community board.
Got it. Thank you, Simon. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you so much for your presentation. Have a good evening.
Thank you for
Next
hearing.
item,
Madam Chair. Thank you, community.
You're welcome. Arthur, you can take your hand down now. Next item on the agenda is Jennings Hall, Frank Lane. And also we have an election at 8 o'clock. So we might have to hold off on Frank's presentation at 8 o'clock. Frank? Jennings Hall?
Yeah, hi. Okay, thank
Hi,
you. Good
Frank.
evening. I'd like my colleague, Matt Ladd, to share the screen if he could, please. Matt, can you share? Okay, great. If you can, do the slideshow without, we're very pleased to come here. We're Jennings Hall is the 150 unit property, which is located at the corner of Power Street and Bushwick Avenue in East Williamsburg. And we're really following the vision of the community residents that founded St. Nick's. Next. Okay. The original founders of St. Nick's responded to a catastrophe, which was the burning down of a row of houses, and worked together with the diocese to create 150 units of housing for seniors. The building is actually constructed, Jennings Hall, of two wings. One is an old nurse's residence on Bushwick, and the other is a new construction. We also, so it's 150 units. We have an assisted living program at the building, which provides services to frail elderly. Next. What we want to do is we're trying with this project to address really the critical issue here in the community board, which is a lack of affordable housing and the lack of affordable senior housing in the community. I think the community board itself and numerous district needs has prioritized affordable housing and senior housing. And over the last 10 years, we see 82% of the new units in the community board are market rate. Next.
Landmarks, restaurants, stores, galleries, and parks.
What you can see here is an aerial view of Jennings Hall. Jennings Hall is the area which is outlined in white.
It was flourishing and expanding and becoming a major focal point.
Hi, Mr. Heimlich, can you mute? I can't really hear what's going on.
Could everybody
Thank
mute
you.
themselves that's not speaking, please?
What we've done is we've purchased the property in red, which is the former bank building at the corner of Bushwick and Grand Street. And we were able to do that because we had a deed restriction that would have prevented the actual purchaser of it, the building from Chase, to construct market rate housing there. What we're trying to do is combine these properties to create an addition to Jennings Hall. Next. So what we want to do is we would be demolishing the vacant building and we would build over that space plus the air over the parking lot, and we would create a new building that would operate as the third wing of Jennings Hall. Next. The new building would be 220 units of affordable housing for a variety of incomes up to 60% area median income. It would also, on the ground floor, include a 5,000 square foot retail space. The building would be a passive house, 100% electric, with green roofs and rooftop solar. And in the current Jennings Hall, we have, a lot of amenities. We have outdoor space, we have a dining hall. This building would, all the residents would have access to that, as well as they would have a ground floor library, 2 community rooms on the upper floors, a fitness center, and laundry rooms. And all of the community rooms would be accessible to all the residents in the complex. Next. We expect that the project is going to have a ULURP that will come to the community board. And we came today to try and start the conversation because we did not want the community board to be under kind of a timeline when the ULURP comes. We're seeking to have a zoning change, which would change the area and bring Jennings Hall, which is a non-conforming use, to R7A and combine the lots to allow a zoning change to R7X, which would allow a higher density. It would also designate that space as mandatory inclusionary housing. So it would remain permanently affordable housing for a portion. Next. The property, the building is going to be a combination of both studios and 1-bedroom apartments. All the units are going to have project-based Section 8 so that nobody will pay more than 30% of their income to rent. 30% of the units are going to be for the formerly homeless. And these are some of the current income levels that would be there. So a single person household might range from 25,000 as the maximum. It could be below because there is no minimum since there's a project-based Section 8. And there would be units up to affordable to a single household of 53,000 and a couple of 60,800. Next. It's hard to see, on this image, but the ground floor of the building is going to be linked to the existing building so that residents will be able to connect And the idea is that residents would, even though this would be technically a separate building, residents would enter at 260 Powers, which is the current address of Jennings Hall. So there could be security and safety for all the residents. The residents would come through 260 Powers, and there would be a separate elevator bank for this building. On the ground floor, there would be the corner retail, as well as a sitting space, and we would have the building services like the compactor on the ground floor, so it would be ease of taking out the garbage. We would still have a certain amount of parking, because believe it or not, we have more than half a dozen residents that have cars at Jennings Hall. And that would continue to stay there at the ground level underneath the residential above. Next. A typical floor would be aligned, so there would be the mix of one bedrooms and studios around an inner courtyard, which would provide a light well for access. Next. These are some of the images of what the building would look like. You could see that the ground floor would be articulated, so there would be a clear commercial base. And then there would be one room on the upper floor. You could see it's got more windows. That's a community room that would face out. And we started to break up the mass of the building by breaking it up into different components. Next. This would be the image across from the Grand Street Campus High School along Grand Street, to try and then there would be the larger component, but then the lower component would be about the same height as the adjacent building along Grand Street. Next. And this is a view if you were standing on Bushwick at the corner of Power Street, and you could see the existing Jennings Hall, which is the former nurses' residence, which has actually got some double height spaces. And then the new addition, adjacent to that. Next. This is the view at street level. You can see to the right of the image is the elevator that the MTA is installing right now for handicapped access to the L train right there. We set the ground floor back a little bit to give some space around the entrance to the subway that goes right along Bushwick Avenue. And the commercial there would be a lot more open and available. And then the second and third floor and above would be residential. Next. This is a little hard to see from a distance, but we really looked very carefully at the energy efficiency of the building, including solar on the top. There's green roofs that come throughout. We have a lot of insulation. Because it's 100% electric, we're able to really make this building efficient and deal with things like water usage and waste management in addition. Next. We're also using this as an opportunity to really plan the grounds. For those of you that have walked on Bushwick outside the building, it's just the lawn right there. And we're looking to make it a much more of a sitting area and a place for the elderly residents of the combined campus to come out and relax, and then redo the inner courtyard so that it'll be a lot more enjoyable for everybody now, but still retain a lot of the greenery, etc. Next. So the timetable is a little bit up in the air. We're having today this preliminary meeting with you all. We expect the certification sometime this summer. Maybe it'll come to the community board in September, and then start the ULURP process. So we expect to come back to the community board for the official ULURP public hearing. and then that kind of land use review. And then it would go through the Euler process, hopefully finishing in early 2024. We would not begin construction at the earliest until sometime in maybe May or June of 2025. And then we would expect that the project would be completed and people could begin to move in sometime in June or so of 2027. It's going to be at least a 2-year construction process. Next. Next. Okay, we missed that. Okay, so this is just an aerial view of the building amid the Grand Street campus and others. So I'm happy to take whatever questions anybody has.
Thank you, Frank. Are there any questions? Kevin? Kevin Costa?
Hi, thank you, Chair. This looks like a really great plan. Thank you for being here today and presenting. My only question is there no way, and I'm trying to think of this from like a sustainability lens, like I think that the resiliency and environmental due diligence, I guess, you've put into this, the thought is like really great, and that energy efficiency should be paramount. But is there no way to keep at least like the exterior of the building, kind of keep that character of I don't know what architecture style that is, but it's a beautiful building, and it would be kind of tragic to lose it. But I also understand that older buildings tend not to be as energy efficient, which is why I'm wondering if maybe even just like the exterior or part of the exterior can be salvaged, because it is a beautiful building. But thank you.
I mean, we are looking at certain aspects of it. The reality is that the existing building is a small portion. If you were to go to the site, you would see that there's a good deal of lawn in between the existing Jennings Hall and that building. And so we are not just like building within the shaft of that. We are expanding greatly. And I'm not sure sometimes if it then would look like a patch rather than an homage. But we are looking at aspects of the building that we can salvage and include in the design in some ways, particularly some of the interior parts that we could, interior of the new building to include some of that. I mean, the safe is going to get melted down or something, but which is a massive thing, that vault. But
yeah, I think the part I was particularly thinking of was like the street corner right there. And I know in the past it's been done. I'm thinking of like an NYU dorm in the city. They like demolished a church and they just left like the bare bones like facade that's visible to the street, and then behind it is a tower of dorms. And I was like, wow, that's really cool, and it kind of keeps the character of
Let's try to
of the
stick
neighborhood.
with questions, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. No, but we'll have a conversation about that.
Mr. Garcia?
Hi, yes, good evening. Do you have a developer and GC selected for this project already?
Well, we're the developer.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have a GC selected because we're still going through the design process. We will bid it out, and we will be looking for somebody with real experience, because it's a tricky corner, being right there by the subway and everything else. So we're going to be interviewing and talking with a number, but we have not selected anybody yet.
Okay, thank you.
Chief Jaffa?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Frank, for this presentation. It's a really, really great project. Will you be the building including any larger apartments, like 2 or 3 bedrooms, to accommodate families?
No, because this is elderly housing, and so it's not a family housing. We do have family housing where households that include an elderly household member can be a part, but the city and state programs that focus on elderly are exclusively for households with residents above 62 years old.
Got it. Understand. All right, thank you. Clarifying.
Julie?
Kevin asked the question I want to ask, but something else popped into my head. Thank you, Frank. You'll always have a nice design, but I too, as Kevin said, I would like for it to still see part of that bank structure on the outside instead of tearing down. You guys always want to tear something down. My question is, you stated affordable housing, and you know we have a problem with that word affordable. When are we ever going to hear of low income? A lot of seniors don't have that kind of money, and I know you mentioned Section 8, but if I don't have Section 8, does that mean I cannot get into your senior building? Because I am becoming of age to.
Right.
Let's
be
take
building-
your question, Julie. We got the election at 8 o'clock.
Yeah,
Yes,
no, so Julia, I would say the building has Section 8. So if you were to apply and you were to get selected, it's not a voucher. The building has Section 8. So every resident will have Section 8. So if you have no income, you would still be able to live there because Section 8 would cover the difference.
Okay, understandable. Thank you.
No problem.
Lori Cantor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Frank, for the presentation. I think honestly that this is the type of development that we do rezonings for. So I'm really happy to see it. Just two quick questions, similar to the facade question. I noticed that the building is 3 colors. So just wondering if there was a reason for that and similar to kind of make it blend in potentially a little bit more. And then my second question, you mentioned there was a large commercial space. So I wanted to find out if you had any ambitions for future tenant or anything that you could put forth about that.
Right. So the colors are to break it up. We have kind of a reddish tone to try and be a little bit similar to the buildings along Grand Street that are adjacent. And then the lighter color is actually a little bit more close to the actual nurses' residences there. And also when you look up in the sky, it tends to blend out. So it kind of reduces some of the height there. In terms of the ground floor, we don't right now have a tenant. It is a corner space, and we're very mindful because of the challenge of commercial right now along Grand Street. And so it can be divided into 3 spaces if need be, or it could be one 5,000 square foot space. So we're trying to be flexible. We're trying to go through the ULURP first, and then we're going to be looking at kind of a plan on the commercial side.
Okay, Frank, do you want to come? I have some more hands up. Do you want to do more questions when we finish with the election?
Sure, I could do that. I could be here.
Okay, and Councilman Ressler, I see your hand up. So when we finish the election, we'll call on the councilman and then we'll go back to the presentation. Okay, Sonia,
just
you
mute.
wanna,
So are we ready?
Huh?
We're ready?
yes, time for the elections. It's 8 o'clock on the dot, according to my clock.
Yes, thank you. Jean, I'm just gonna ask everybody to please mute yourself so there won't be any static. Gina Agendo, how do you vote for chairperson?
For chairperson?
Well,
I'm confused. I'm sorry.
I think what we should do is that the people that signed up to speak, I think we should let them speak before we vote.
Okay, thank you.
You want to call the names or you want me to call them?
Chair Fuller, I could call them.
Okay, go ahead.
Paul Cantabor,
Sure. Hi, everyone. Good evening. I do have a few remarks this evening. Thank you, fellow board members, for allowing me to speak about my motivations for wanting to join the executive committee. I was nominated for first vice chair. My name is Paul Kelterborn. I've met many of you in person, but not everyone yet. I'm currently serving my first 2-year term, but I was a public member of the Transportation Committee for 2 years before being appointed to the board. I founded Friends of Cooper Park about 6 years ago. I live alongside that park, And I also started getting involved with GREC around that time when I began meeting board members and advocating for street safety initiatives around the Cooper Park area. I love living in North Brooklyn, and I'm committed to doing what I can to make this community more livable for those of us who already call it home, and hopefully create opportunities for others as well. My primary reason for running for vice chair is that I'm concerned that this community board struggles with transparency, and we are failing to adhere to our own bylaws in ways that I think limit our ability to effectively serve the community. I don't want to use my time to dwell on the past, except to mention as an example that the disruption resulting from the former district manager's resignation is a consequence of this lax adherence to our bylaws, and it's created friction for the smooth workings of the community board. The bylaws state that the first vice chair should chair the committee on service delivery coordination and should make regular monthly reports to the board on the work of the district manager, the local district service cabinet, and the local service agencies. That's directly from our bylaws. But I've scoured our posted meeting minutes, and as far as I can tell, the current first vice chair has not attended to this responsibility. With limited oversight of the district manager, the board had no way of knowing that we were headed toward an extremely precarious financial position when he retired. Joanna has had her hands full attempting to get the office straightened out, but this tumult has hurt everyone on the board and has distracted us from serving the more than 200,000 people who live in CB1 and who we are entrusted to represent. If something is in the bylaws, I think we should do it, or we should vote to amend the bylaws. I know we all work very hard and dedicate a lot of time to our community. That's why I believe we need leadership on this executive committee that can help steer us back toward a representative assembly that works for our neighbors and serves without drama. We don't need more headlines about our dysfunction or about our ineffectiveness like we saw surrounding the board's purchase of an SUV. What we need are people willing to do the work and help guide our community through the many challenges we face, from not enough affordable housing to unsafe streets to shifting land use patterns and more. We should strive to make the community board as accessible and easy to interface with as possible. I talk with many of my neighbors who only have a vague familiarity with what the community board is and what we do. Many have never attended a meeting, but I think we can do a lot better. And the better the CB runs, the easier it will be for us to recruit and retain talented new members, and the better we can serve our district. I think we should all consider whether the current composition of our leadership committee is hindering us from executing to the best of our ability. Thank you, and I hope you'll consider voting for me.
The next speaker is Kevin Costa.
Everyone, great to see everyone. I too am similar to Paul, serving my first term, and I wanted to introduce myself. I am one of the candidates for the financial secretary position, and wanted to talk a little bit about my experiences and my motivation for joining as well. I have a long career in both government service and also working within the financial services industry. I currently work in ESG. I'm sorry if it's a little loud. I served actually at the Office of Management and Budget for New York City. So I have a great deal of experience dealing with the various different priorities that make up the city's budget, and actually issuing recommendations to the budget director, Jacques Jihad at the time, who I believe is still currently serving. So I have a great deal of experience both creating financial reports, analyzing the various different needs and priorities that the city has as a whole, and then prioritizing and issuing recommendations based on the needs of the entire city. And I would be happy to do that as well for our community. Paul brought up some really great points, and I think it would be really great to work with him and the rest of the executive committee. He, of course, if he is elected, and I also wanted to just kind of give a little bit more of an intro to who I am. My family, when they came over from Sicily and Puerto Rico, landed here in the Brooklyn area way back when, in the early 1900s. Since then, I grew up on Long Island. I served in the Peace Corps in Colombia, and I would be proud to represent this community board and this community, the 200,000 or so of us that live in here, as someone who is a renter, is someone who is Latino, someone who is a proud New York stater. I grew up on Long Island, but now calls New York City home. And I'm really, really proud of the accomplishments that I've also made working within the local community. I'm a local transportation activist, and I also am involved with North Brooklyn Neighbors, where I serve as treasurer, where I also serve in obviously a very financial capacity. So I would be happy to bring my experiences here to the community board as financial secretary. So thank you all for listening to me, and hope to count on your vote. Thank you.
The next speaker is David Hemlick.
Hi, everyone. David Heimlich. I was nominated by Dell to be the financial secretary, and thank you, Dell, for that. I was born and raised in Sao Paulo, Brazil. I'm still in contact with my family and friends there, and occasionally travel for a visit. Williamsburg was called home from the first day I arrived in the USA in 1987, till today, where I live in the South Side area. I worked for 10 years in a family sweater factory in the Brooklyn Navy Yard with about 100 employees. The last 23 years, I'm an industrial real estate broker, servicing the warehouse and manufacturing industry, where I firsthand witnessed Brooklyn in general, but the area under Community Board 1 in particular, became a desirable area to live and open stores. Our landmarks, restaurants, stores, galleries, and parks have made Community Board 1 a major tourist attraction. In about 2006, Trev Huxley, a Broadway resident, and I formed the Lower Broadway Block Association. Broadway was flourishing and expanding, becoming a major focal point for retailers and restaurants. Broadway Brooklyn was about to become like Broadway Manhattan. With the help of Community Board 1, we were able to have all the daily activities pause at night. Now, after 11 p.m., Broadway becomes a quiet street, giving the opportunities for hundreds of residents, families with kids, to rest and sleep and be able to start a normal and productive following day. We couldn't have done it without Community Board 1 supporting our cause. Through this process, I have attended multiple Community Board 1 meetings and always admired the board members, the time they spend, the effort they make, only for the purpose of helping others. I looked up to them with respect. It is 1 year since I joined Community Board 1 and became a member. I enjoyed every minute being in this board. I never missed a meeting, and I was never late, and always stayed till the end. First time leaving the meeting earlier will be tonight after the vote of a very important family matter. I was honored to be a part of the search committee and got the opportunity to get to know and constantly work with as a team with all the executive board members, Chair Fuller, Simon Weiser, Del Teague, Gina Barros, Sonia Iglesias, Maria Vieira, and Philip Caponegro, and John Patterson. They all are wonderful people, and it was a pleasure to working with them. Through this long search process, over 100 resumes and many interviews, we ended up hiring our new office manager, someone from our own backyard, Joanna Pilgrim. Yesterday, we successfully completed phase 2 of our committee, with hiring Tessa Clark as an associate. All young blood with promising experience. You all can be assured that changes are ahead of us and office will get organized again, function professionally with a higher standard. I'm confident that my previous manufacturing experience, combined with 23 years of servicing businesses searching for a new location, years of attending Community Board 1 meetings, and a full year of active membership, will provide me the tools to be a reliable financial secretary, be professional with accuracy and transparency. This community board is unique, with members from different backgrounds and cultures, all sitting in one room. The agendas, goals, and views of members occasionally contradicts each other. But one thing unites us. We all have in common, we all ultimately all want to reach the same purpose, improving the life of our diverse residents and going forward with better health, more security, and advancing the environment we currently live. Looking forward to working together for a better tomorrow. Thank you.
That is it for speakers.
Okay, you can call the candidates, Joan.
Gina Argento, how do you vote for chairperson?
I vote for Chairperson Fuller. I'm sorry, did you hear me?
Yes.
Noisy. Sorry, thank you.
How do you vote for first vice chair?
I vote for Simon Weiser.
How do you vote for second vice chair?
That's the secretary, correct?
No, second vice chair.
Isn't that Simon Weiser? What were the
No,
other
he's
choices?
first vice chair.
Sorry, what
You
were the
should call the
choices?
name, Joanna, Del T. You call the names.
Yes.
Second vice chair, Del T. How do you vote?
Del Teague. Thank you.
Third vice chair, Gina Barros. How do you vote?
Gina Barros.
Financial secretary, how do you vote? Kevin Costa and David Hemlick.
David Hemlick.
Recording secretary, Sonia Iglesias.
Sonia Iglesias.
Member at large, Phil Caponegro.
Phil.
For the attendance committee, there's Iris Carrera.
Iris Cabrera.
Eric Brusitis.
For Iris Cabrera.
Do you vote? No, there's three.
No. No, I know. I vote for Iris Cabrera.
No, you have to fill in three positions.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
Eric Brusitis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Rabbi David Niederman.
Yes.
Thank you, Gina. Mr. Baccarazzi, how do you vote for chairperson?
Yes, good evening, everyone. For chairperson, current chairperson, Madam Days Fuller. For first vice chairperson, Simon Weiser. For second vice chairperson, Del T. For third vice chairperson, Gina Barros. For financial secretary, David Heimlet. For recording secretary, Sonia Iglesias. For member at large, Philip Caponegro. And for the attendance committee, Iris, Rabbi, David Niederman, and Eric Bruzait. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bamonte, Lisa Bamonte, how do you vote for chairperson?
Hi, Chair Fuller for the chairperson, Simon Weiser for first vice chair, Del Teague for second vice chair, Gina Barros, third vice chair, David Heimlich for financial secretary, Sonia Iglesias, recording secretary, Philip Caponegro for member at large, and for the attendants, Iris, Eric, and Rabbi Needleman.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Gina Barros?
Okay, Chairman Fuller for for chairperson, Simon Weiser for first vice chair, Del Teague for second vice chair, myself, Gina Barros for third vice chair, David Heimlich for financial secretary, Philip, Sonia Iglesias for secretary, Phil Caponegro for member at large. And for the three attendance committee, it's Iris Cabrera, Eric Brositis, and Rabbi Middleman.
Thank you. Mr. Eric Brusitis, how do you vote for chairperson?
For chair, D. Alice Fuller, first vice chair, Paul Kelterborn, Del Teague, second vice chair, Gina Barrows, David Heimlich for financial secretary, Bill Cap for at large, Sonia Iglesia for recording secretary, Rabbi Iris, and myself for attendance.
For member at large, do you vote?
Phil Cap. Phil Cap.
I got it. Thank you. Iris Carrera, how do you vote for chairperson?
Ms. Fella, Simon,
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Elsie, Dina, David, Sonia, Capenegro, Iris, Nirma, and Eric.
Can you make clear for first vice chair?
Excuse me, John. Anybody that's not speaking, please mute yourself.
Can you repeat your question? I'm sorry.
Iris, for first vice chair. I did not hear you. For category. Who?
Sorry, I'm sorry.
For first vice chair.
Okay, that's the first one. The person that is in the position right now, Ms. Fellow.
No. For first vice chair, Paul Kentabor and Simon Weiser.
Oh, I'm sorry, Simon.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Caponegro? Yes.
Okay, Joanna, you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, I'll go down the list for you.
Okay.
Chair Fuller, Simon, Del, Gina, David, my friend Sonia, myself, Iris, Eric, and Rabbi David.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Frank Carbone?
Yes, okay, here we go.
How do you vote for chairperson?
Yes, chairperson, Chair Fuller, first vice chair, Simon Weiser, second vice chair, Del Teague, third vice chair, Gina Barrows, financial secretary, Mr. Heimlich, recording secretary, Sonia Iglesias, member at large, Phil Caponegro, for attendance, committee, Rabbi Niederman, Mr. Brasidas, and Ms. Cabrera.
Thank you.
You got it.
Mr. Steve Chesler, how do you vote for chairperson?
D. Alice Fuller for chair. First vice chair, Paul Kelterborn. Second vice chair, Del Teague. Who's after that? Sorry.
Third vice chair,
Third vice chair,
Gina Barros.
Gina Barros, thank you. Yeah, Gina Barros. Financial secretary, David Heimlich.
Recording secretary, Sonia Iglesias.
Sonia Iglesias, at large, Phil Caponegro. Attendance, Iris Cabrera, Rabbi David Niederman, and Eric Brasidas.
Thank you. Michael Chirichala.
Mr. Chair, Madam Fuller, Elise Fuller. Simon Weisner for first chair. Del Teague. Gina Barrows. David. Sonia. Phil Cap. Iris. Rabbi Niedermeyer. And I'm sorry, who's the third person?
Eric Brasidas.
And Eric. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. Teresa Cienciara. She's not present. Kevin Costa. How do you vote for chairperson?
Chair Fuller, Kelterborn, Del, Gina, myself, Sonia, Phil, Eric, Iris, and Rabbi. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie Cuevas. Stephanie Cuevas, are you here? I do not see Stephanie. Giovanni Diamato,
Hello? Yeah, so Dialis for chairperson, Paul for first vice chair, Dell for second, Gina for third, Kevin Costa for financial secretary, Sonia for recording, Phil for member at large, and then Iris, Rabbi Needleman, and Eric for attendance.
thank you. Ronald Deli,
For chairperson, Dialis Fuller. First vice chairperson, Simon Weiser. Second vice chairperson, Del Teague. Third vice chairperson, Gina Barros. Financial secretary, David Heimlich. Recording secretary, Sonia Inglesia. Member at large, Phil Caponegro. And for attendance, Iris Cabrera, Rabbi David Niederman, Eric Brusitis.
thank you. Aaron Drinkwater,
Yes, for chair, Dialis Fuller, first vice chair, Paul Kelterborn, second vice chair, Del Teague, third vice chair, Gina Barros, recording secretary, Sonia Iglesias, financial secretary, Kevin Costa, member at large, Phil Caponegra, attendance, Iris Cabrera, Eric Brusitis, and Rabbi Niederman.
thank you.
Welcome.
Mr. Dabanaski,
Yes, Johanna. So first one, Chair Fuller, the second Simon, then Del T, Gina Barros, David Hemlick, Sonia, Phil, Iris, Eric, and Rabbi Indelman.
thank you.
Thank you so much.
Lloyd Fang,
Chair Fuller for chair, Paul Kelterborn for first vice chair, and then Del Teague for second vice chair, Gina Barros for third vice chair, Kevin Costa for financial secretary, Sonia Iglesias for recording secretary, Phil Caponegro for member at large, and then Rabbi Niederman, Iris Cabrera, and Eric Brusitis.
thank you. Julia Foster, how do you vote for chairperson?
Chairperson Dialis Fuller, first vice chair, Simon Weiser, second, Del Teague. Sorry, folks, I had work done. Third, Gina Barros, financial secretary, David, recording secretary, Sonia, member at large, Phil, Iris, Rabbi, and Eric.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Dialis Fuller, how do you vote for chairperson?
Alice Fuller, Simon Weiser, Del Teague, Gina Barros, David Heimlich, Sonia Iglesias, Bill Capernego, Iris Cabero, Rabbi David Needleman, Eric Brusitis.
Thank you. Crystal Garcia, how do you vote for chairperson? Crystal Garcia? I do not see her. Joel Goldstein, how do you vote for chairperson?
Yes, Delis, Fuller, Simon Weiser, first vice chair, second, Del Teague, third, Gina Barros, financial secretary, David Heimlich, recording, Sonia, member at large, Philip, Caponegro. Attendance committee is Iris, Rabbi David Niederman, and Eric. Eric.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Angelina Grontas. Angelina Grontas. I do not see Angelina. Joel Gross, how do you vote for vice chair?
Fuller, you hear me?
Yes.
Fuller, Weiser, Delty, Gina, David Heimlich, Sona, Phillips, the three members, Iris, Rabbi, and Eric.
Sonia Iglesias, how do you vote for chairperson?
So sorry. Chairperson Fuller, first Vice Chair Simon, second Vice Chair Del T, third Vice Chair Gina Barrows, Financial Secretary Mr. David Heimlich, Recording Secretary Sonia Iglesias, Member at Large Phil Caponegro, and all the three that were nominated for the Attendance Committee, Iris, Mr. Rabbi Needleman, and Mr. Eric Rosaitis. Thank you.
Thank you. Jacob?
Hi, sorry, this is Katie Denny Horowitz. I think I was skipped.
No, you're coming next. You still, you still have people ahead of you. It's by alphabetical order. Jacob Ikovitz,
Yes.
how do you vote, Chairperson?
Chairperson Fuller, first Vice Chair Simon Weiser, second Vice Chair Del Teek, third Vice Chair Gina, and David Heimlich, and Suna, and Phil, and 10 is Iris, Rabbi Niederman, and Eric.
For Recording Secretary, you said Sonia?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sabrina Help? Sabrina Help? I cannot see her. David Hemlick, how do you vote for Chairperson?
Chairperson Mrs. Fuller, first Vice Chair Simon Weiser, second Vice Chair Del T, third Vice Chair Gina Barrows, David Heimlich for Financial Secretary, and Sonia for Recording Secretary, Philip, Member at Large. Attendees will be Eric, Iris, and Rabbi Niederman.
Okay. Katie Denny Horowitz, how do you vote for Chairperson?
Thank you. So I would do Chair Fuller, Paul Kelterborn, Del Teague, Gina Barrows, Kevin Costa, Sonia Iglesias, Phil Capernego, and for attendance, the three Iris, Eric, and Rabbi Niederman.
Thank you. Moish Indig, how do you vote for Chairperson? I do not see Mr. Indig. Robert Jeffrey, how do you vote for Chairperson?
For Chairperson, Dialis Fuller. For First Vice, Paul Kelterborn. Second Vice, Del Teague. Third Vice, Gina Barrows. Financial Secretary, Kevin Costa. Recording Secretary, Sonia Iglesias. Member at Large, Philip Caponegro. And the three, Iris Cabrera, Rabbi David Niederman, and Eric Brazen. Eric.
I am so sorry. I did not get the first vice chair because my computer froze. For the first vice chair, who do you vote for?
First Vice Chairperson is Paul Kelterborn.
And for second vice chair, you said Del T.
Del T, correct.
And third vice chair, Gina Barrows.
Gina Barrows, Financial Secretary, Kevin Costa, Recording Secretary, Sonia Iglesias. Member at Large, Philip Caponegro. Attendance Committee is Iris Cabrera, Rabbi David Niederman, and Eric Brazaitis.
Thank you. Bozena Kaminsky, how do you vote for Chairperson?
1 second. Mr. Indig is trying to call. Mr. Indig is on the other line. He can't talk.
Who?
Mr. Indig is trying to dial in. What should he do? He just can't sign up. How should he place his vote?
Let us know when he get in, Simon.
Okay, he's trying. So what should he do? Call the office?
Let us know when he comes in.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Chairperson, Ms. Fuller, First Vice Chair Simon Weiser, Second Vice Chair Del Teague, Third Vice Chairperson Gina Barrows, Financial Secretary David Hemlick, Recording Secretary Sonia Iglesias, Member at Large Philip Caponegro, Attendance Committee Iris Cabrera, David Niederman, and Eric Brazaitis.
Thank you. Corey Canton,
Chairperson Dallas Fuller, first vice Paul Kelterborn, second vice Dell, Gina, Kevin Costa, Sonia Iglesias, Philip Caponegro, Iris, Rabbi, and Eric.
Thank you. Paul Ketabor, how do you vote for chairperson?
Hi, thank you. I vote for Chair Fuller. I vote for myself, Paul Kelterborn, for first vice chair, and then Dell for second vice chair, Gina for third, Kevin Costa for financial secretary, Sonia for recording secretary, Phil for member at large, and Iris, Rabbi Niederman, and Eric for attendance.
Thank you. William Glaxpol, how do you vote for chairperson?
Dallas Fuller, first vice chair Simon Weiser, second vice chair Del Teague, third vice Gina Barros, financial secretary David Heimlich, recording secretary Sonia Iglesias, member at large Phil Caponegro, then Iris, Eric, and Rabbi Niederman.
Thank you. Maria Lianza? Maria Lianza? I don't see her. Adam Myers?
Yeah, hi.
Hi.
I vote, oh, here's my list. I vote for Fuller, Kelterborn, Teague, Barros, Heimlich, Iglesias, Caponegro, Cabrera, Rosaitis, and Niederman.
Thank you. Sante Michele, how do you vote for chairperson?
Hi, sorry. So Chair Fuller, Simon Weiser, Del Teague, Gina Barros, David Heimlich, Sonia Iglesias, Phil Caponegro, Cabrera, Rabbi David Niederman, Eric Brusaitis.
Thank you. Toby Moskowitz, how do you vote for chairperson?
Sorry, hold on. Sorry, it was frozen my phone for a second. So Fuller, Weiser, first chair Del Teague, Gina Barros, David Heimlich for financial secretary, Sonia Iglesias, and Rabbi Niederman.
For member at large?
For member at large, could you just repeat that? I apologize. Who what are the options?
Member at large is just Phil Caponegro.
And Phil it is.
For attendance committee, there's also Iris Cabrera and Eric Brusaitis.
So and is it
You vote for them?
Yes.
We also got Rabbi Niederman on the journal.
Yes, Rabbi Niederman as well. Yes.
Rabbi Niederman, how do you vote for chairperson?
You're muted.
You hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much for your patience, and I'll make it fast. I'll follow the rest and the same fashion. If it's okay with you, I'll just mention the names. The chairperson Fuller, then Simon Weiser, Del Teague, and Gina, and David Heimlich, and Sonia, and Phil Caponegro, and Iris, Eric, and myself.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mary O'Damerick, how do you vote?
Dallas, Simon, Dell, Gina, David, Sonia, Phil, Iris, Rabbi Niederman, and Eric.
Thank you. Janice Peterson? She's not here. Austin Burr?
Hello.
Hi.
Yeah, hi. I will vote for Chairperson Dallas Fuller, and then going down the list, Paul Kelterborn, Del Teague, Gina Barros, Kevin Costa, Sonia Iglesias, Philip Caponegro, and then Iris Cabrera, Rabbi David Niederman, and Eric Brusitis.
Thank you. Michelle Rojas? Don't see Michelle Rojas. Bella Sable?
Yes.
How do you vote for chairperson?
Fuller, Weiser, Del T, Gina Cabrera.
For third vice chairperson is Gina Barrow.
Gina Barrows. What did I say? Something else? Okay. Financial, David Heimlich. At large, Phil Caponegro.
For recording secretary.
Yes, recording secretary, Sonia Cabrera.
Sonia Iglesias.
Oh, so I guess I mixed up something here. Okay, Sonia Iglesias. And then Rabbi Niederman, Brusitis, and Cabrera.
Thank you. Isaac Sofer, how do you vote for vice chair? Sorry, for chairperson? I do not see Isaac. Samir?
Yes, Isaac is here. Hello, you hear me?
Yes,
Hello.
yes, I can hear you. How do you vote for chairperson?
Chairperson Fuller, Simon Weiser.
Wait, I'm so sorry. This is Isaac?
Yes.
Okay, because I called Sofer and then I called you and then I called Samir since I didn't hear you. Okay, Isaac, go ahead. Chairperson?
Chairperson Fuller, Simon Weiser, Del P.
Third vice chair is Gina Barrows.
Gina Barros, David Heimlich, Sonia Iglesias, Caponegro.
What was that? Member at large? Hello?
Eric, Rabbi Niederman, and who is the third one?
Robert Niederman, Eric Brusitis, and Iris Cabrera.
Iris Cabrera.
I did not hear you for a member at large. Do you vote for Phil Caponegro?
Yes, Phil Caponegro, I said.
Thank you. Samir?
I have Chair Dallas Fuller. I've got Simon for first vice chair, Del Teague as second, Gina for third, David for our financials, Sonia, member at large. I have Phil, Iris, Eric, and Rabbi Niederman for the three members.
Thank you. William Vega, sorry, Del T. I'm so sorry. Del T, how do you vote for chairperson?
So, Dallas Fuller, first vice chair, Simon Weiser, second vice chair, myself, Del Teague, third vice chair, Gina Barrows, financial secretary, David Heimlich, recording secretary, Sonia Iglesias, member at large, Phil Caponegro, attendance, Iris Cabrera, Rabbi David Niederman, and Eric Brusitis.
Thank you. William Vega, how do you vote chairperson? William is not here. Simon Weiser?
Yeah, you hear me?
Yes.
Chairperson Fuller, first vice chair, myself, second vice chair, Del Teague, third vice chair, Gina Barrows, financial secretary, David Heimlich, recording secretary, Sonia Iglesias, member at large, Philip Caponegro, attendance, Isaac Cabrera, Rabbi David Niederman, and Eric Brusitis. Now, there's one more vote. I think Indik has wanted to call in. I don't know if he could reach, if he's on the line.
Is he calling in with a number?
I tried to, he's listening. He just can't Where should he call? To the office? Where should he reach?
Tell him to push *6. Maybe he can do it that way.
*6. Let me see if he's
I
listening.
just need the first numbers of the first
I
numbers.
sent you a text. I sent you 838-5813. That's his number. The last four. 5813 is the last four. The first three is 838.
Okay, give me one second.
Ja. Bla, 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 bla. Ik heet het. Wij zijn
You said 8.
Simon is in for the fight of his life. Let's give it.
I do not see that. The 917 number, I do not see it here.
Simon, give Joanna the number again. Simon.
calling to the office, so he's.
Simon, give Joanna his number again.
You're not calling from 838-5813?
I do not see that number there.
So he's trying to place his vote. What should he do? He can hear everything, but he can't talk.
Voice vote. I don't see this number.
I don't know. He wants to place his vote. So what do you want to do?
Joanna, can you call him and put him on speaker?
Right.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
She's going to call you. She's going to call you. Pick up the line.
Simon, I'm
He's
sorry
right
to
here.
interrupt.
I mean, he's on the panelist list. He's not on the attendee. Give me
Okay,
one
open him up.
Did he just sign out?
Look like it.
Yep, he's not there.
You want to call him?
1 second.
Like Mary came back in.
Hi. I have no idea. I heard you call my name. Yes. So just identify yourself and give the vote. Can everyone hear him?
Put him on speaker, Joanna.
Yes, sir.
He's on speaker. Okay. Go ahead, identify yourself.
Okay, Rabbi Moshe Hendrik.
How do you vote? Go ahead.
I will look for Fuller for chair. First chair, Simon Weiser. Second vice chair, Del Ligato. Third vice chair, Gina Barros. Financial secretary, David Heimlich. Recording secretary, Yanni Maglis. And Rabbi Niederman. And Medulat Fuller, Caponera.
For recording secretary, who is Sonia Iglesias?
Sonia Iglesias.
Yes. And member at large is Phil Caponegro.
Yes.
And attendance committee, Iris Carrera, Eric Brusitis, and Robert David Newman.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. He's not on the board.
Yes.
He's not on the board. He's not on my list. Thank you. Have a good night. Give me 1 second and I'll give you the vote. Hello. For chairperson, Dallas Fuller, 41 votes. For first vice chair, for Paul Cantabor, 12 votes. First vice chairperson, Simon Weiser, 30 votes. Second vice chairperson, Del Teague, 41 votes. Gina vice chairperson, third vice chairperson, Gina Barros, 41 votes. Financial secretary, Kevin Costa, 9 votes. Financial secretary, David Hemlick, 32 votes. Recording secretary, Sonia Iglesias, 41 votes. Member at large, Phil Caponegro, 41 votes. For the attendance committee, Iris Carrera, 41 votes. Eric Brusitis, 41 votes. Robert David Needman, 41 votes. So 41 votes, yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Joanna. Thank you, everybody. Congratulations, everybody. Thank you for your votes and your confidence and to help this board continue to run smoothly. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Congratulations to all. Rabbi, you need to turn your mic off.
Thank you.
This is Simon Weiser. Thank you, everybody, for the confidence you have in me. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go back to our meeting now, and our next speaker will be our councilman. Can somebody please stop having them hands go up and down? They blinding. We're gonna go through our Councilman Ressler.
Well, thank you very much, Chair Fuller, and I want to congratulate each of the people who were re-elected to the executive committee, and thank you for your service, and thank everybody who ran for putting their names their hats in the ring. We appreciate your willingness to contribute. And I know we have Senator Gonzalez on here as well, just as an FYI, Chair Fuller. I think she and I have enjoyed this marathon meeting. Just a few quick updates on our end. One is, as I think folks on this call know, Le Jolie Hotel next to Bamontes has been utilized by recent asylum seekers. Our office and Assemblymember Gallagher's office have been gathering donations. I think between the two of us, we filled 6 station wagons of clothes for the 50-odd families 40-something families who are there. We've provided some additional funding to North Brooklyn Angels, who've been providing warm meals to the folks, and we've been assisting with school enrollment and helping folks there. It's all families with children at Le Jolie, and we're trying our best to help folks integrate and support into the community as well. Many of those families have gone over to PSA 84, which is a strong bilingual program. Earlier tonight, while I was listening in on the Zoom, we had our second meeting of the Meeker Avenue CAG for the new Superfund site.
Breaking up, Councilman.
So I just want to encourage everybody to get involved with the Avenue Plume Community Advisory Group with their ideas. We'll get that site cleaned up and everybody gets involved. I think a lot of folks across Greenpoint are very focused on the future of McGinnis. There are going to be a couple meetings this week. Thursday at 8 a.m. The Argentos and Broadway Stages are hosting a meeting of folks who have expressed concerns or opposition with DOT and myself and others. And in the afternoon at 6 p.m., there's a rally of community members who support DOT's plan to make McGinnis safer. And I believe Senator Gonzalez and Assemblymember Gallagher and myself will all be there. So encourage folks to participate in the process, make their voices heard, and hopefully we can get to a good outcome and see it implemented swiftly. Tomorrow is Flag Day. PS 34 always does a big celebration, so I hope to see some of you there. It's a beautiful day. We also are going to be celebrating something that was 12 years in the making, but finally the methane gas that's emitted out of the wastewater treatment plant at DEP, National Grid is capturing that methane, inserting it back into the treatment plant. So inserting it back into our utility system to power homes in our community. So it's a good thing. The methane gas that was emitted out of the waste treatment plant for many years is now being captured and used to power homes in our community. We're hoping that it's a model that can be expanded. My staff and I held monthly meetings with DEP and National Grid for the last year and change to finally get this project done, and we're pleased that it is. One of my big priorities over the last couple of months has been trying to improve street cleanliness on the north side. We've got Smorgasburg, the folks at Marsha P. Johnson Park, they're adopting, 15 baskets every Saturday, doing multiple cleans, multiple rounds of replacing the bags in those baskets so that we can reduce overflowing baskets. ACE, the formerly homeless individuals who do street cleaning in our community, my office supports them doing street cleaning along Manhattan and Bedford. They're now also doing North 6th Street. And later this week, we're doing a big business outreach effort to try and get businesses to take more responsibility for keeping their curbs clean, get them to adopt more baskets so that we can get less trash. We can have less trash on the streets on the north side where things are frankly far too dirty. One of the other big things that we've been pushing is to try and improve the situation around the Clay Street shelter in Greenpoint, where we had been getting a lot of complaints and concerns from neighbors last fall and winter. We've been working closely in restarting the community advisory board there. Things have gotten much better. We're helping them to expand the outdoor space for shelter clients at the Clay Street shelter. And we're actually doing a neighborhood cleanup with some of the clients in the shelter and the staff in the shelter on June 15th as well. So hopefully we'll see some folks there later this week. There's another meeting around Newhart where we're working to get that site cleaned up with the developer Madison Realty and with DEC. So that's on June 26th. We'll include information in the chat on that. And then just a couple citywide updates I wanted to share of import. The Rent Guidelines Board is having their Brooklyn meeting tomorrow. Mayor Adams' Rent Guidelines Board has proposed 7-year rent increases for 2-year leases and up to 5% rent increases on 1-year leases. These are significant rent increases, and if you're as concerned about them as I am, I hope you'll join us at the Rent Guidelines Board meeting, on Thursday over at St. Francis. That'll start around 5 o'clock with our rally, and then I'll be heading up to the Make McGinnis Safe rally after that. Another just on the legislative front, I introduced legislation. We actually held a hearing last week on one of my bills that would track every vacant apartment in New York City. There are hundreds of thousands of vacant units, but tens of thousands of rent-regulated units that are vacant, and we need to have real information on where they are. Our legislation would also track vacant office space so that we can develop more actionable policies to make for productive uses out of these vacant apartments and vacant commercial spaces. And one of the bills we passed last week that I'm excited about is a zero waste package to help us reduce the amount of garbage that we're generating in New York City. It will allow for curbside composting at every single home around the city of New York, which is really exciting. Expand e-waste recycling in neighborhoods around the city and much more. So there's a lot of good stuff happening there. But just want to close with where I started. Thank you to all of the folks who have been re-elected to serve on the executive committee. We appreciate everybody who's a part of the CB1 community. It's always good to be with you. Thank you very much for having me and giving me the chance to say hello.
Vice Councilman, thank you for everything you do. Okay, Frank, we'll go back to the questions. Del Teague.
And Chair Fuller, just in case you were interested, I know Senator Kristen Gonzalez is on as well.
I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, Chair Fuller. I just wanted to let you know that Senator Kristen Gonzalez was on as well, in case you were interested.
I'm sorry, Lincoln, I can't understand what you're saying.
I really apologize. Senator Kristen Gonzalez, I know, is also on the call in case you were interested in hearing from her. But I know you've got a busy agenda.
Okay, I still didn't get it, but maybe somebody can tell me what you said.
Sorry to jump in here.
Senator Gonzalez is in the call for just in case you want allow her to speak.
What?
Senator Gonzalez is on, Madam Chair.
Oh, Senator Gonzalez is on? Oh, okay. Senator Gonzalez.
Hi, Chairwoman. Thank you so much. It's
How you
so good
doing?
to be here. I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you for asking.
Good. I will keep my remarks brief because I was also on my community board and remembered our 3-hour plus meetings, although at the time they were in person. So I know how tired y'all must be. So I'll keep it brief, but happy to answer any questions at the end. I want to thank Councilmember Ressler for covering some really important issues in the district. I know he's been doing incredible work and feel very lucky to get to work with him. I am officially back in district. The legislative session in Albany ended last week, and we have some really exciting updates. So first, I've been able to pass several pieces of legislation aside from what we talked about last time in carrying myself abortion protections in the budget. Since last time we spoke, I've been able to pass bills on enabling access to Wi-Fi to shelters, throughout New York, pass bills on, enabling access to information on economic abuse in shelters. I passed another piece of legislation or multiple pieces of legislation on cyber security so that our data is protected on the state level. And then finally, another bill on helicopter and seaplane issues and noise pollution, also pushing towards incentives to electrify those fleets because we do want a greener New York. In addition, at the end of carrying my own legislation, at the end of this legislative session, we did pass some landmark pieces of including we passed through the Senate Sammy's Law to talk about street safety, although we still have a fight in the Assembly to pass it. We also passed Clean Slate as well as reparations, a bill to study reparations in New York. So those were some of the highlights towards the end of our legislative session in Albany. But one major flag that I wanted to share with all of you, and you heard this from Councilmember Ressler, who mentioned that we have a rent guidelines board meeting threatening to increase our rents, right? Unfortunately, at the state level, we didn't pass any part of our housing package. We worked really, really hard this legislative session to try to pass good cause eviction and got very close, which is a bill that would essentially give us the right to renew our lease and cap the increase when we renew our leases. However, we were fighting a lot of special interests. And the reason I bring that up is we're going to need every single person here and every, throughout the city and throughout the state to be invested in this fight. Because if we do want tenant protections, we are going to need, the support in Albany throughout the next year, but also the organizing around it through the rest of this year. So shifting briefly away from Albany and legislative updates, I did want to echo what Councilmember Ressler said on the asylum seeker, crisis. Really, we on the state level has sent a mass letter across city and state to President Biden for an increase in funding, although we did allocate $1 billion for asylum seekers in our state budget this year. So I've been working with the mayor's office and other overlapping electeds in every part of the district to ensure that we are welcoming those asylum seekers and preserving our community space while accommodating their needs. I've also been working, and our office has been focusing on street safety. It's a massive issue. We've been doing a lot of tabling around the same up in Queens, but down here in Brooklyn, we, recently were devastated to hear that we lost another, neighbor. We stood in solidarity, and we'll be back on Thursday for the rally and encourage all of you to come by PS 110 to really not only mourn the loss of our neighbor, but to fight for the increased investment in our infrastructure so that we don't have any more traffic violence. And on that note, have also been keeping a close eye on McGinnis Boulevard. I've been very concerned about recent dissenting voices. I know this board, you almost near unanimously 2 years ago supported the McGinnis road diet and redesign and voted to support it. So we've been fighting for that, ever since. And I'm really concerned to see, large companies and, large organizations try to leverage their power to outmaneuver the voices of the people. And that's why, again, if you care about street safety here, would definitely encourage all of you to join us in organizing for it, because we know that we have a problem on McGinnis Boulevard. We know that the road diet will work, and we know that what we need is more protections for our pedestrians to prevent traffic violence. So with that, I'm just going to close it off real quick by saying that, our office is here. I'm in district, but would love to, help with any issues that you all have. So please reach out to my office. We opened our location, our office space. It's near Grand Central to make it accessible for all 3 boroughs in the district. And, we can help with casework. We can help with, any specific issues you're having at work with your landlord. Our community affairs team is up and running. So reach out anytime. So I'll stop there. And again, just thank you all so much for having me. And looking forward to seeing you at the next board meeting.
Thank you so much, Senator Gonzalez. Enjoy your summer and thank you for everything you do.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman. Take care, everyone. Bye.
Bye. Okay. David, you ready? Lang, you ready to go back?
I'm ready.
Okay, Del T.
I just want to say that you cannot overstate the need for affordable housing for our seniors. And so I just want to thank you and St. Nick's for taking this on.
You're welcome. Thank you, Del.
Iris.
Hi, yes, good afternoon. Hi, Fran. Yes, well,
Hi.
thank you for this project. I think that's something that we need in the community. So my question is, do the building have any area that the senior can recreate there? If the answer is no, is any way that we can find some funding so we can use the commercial space that you alluded in your presentation to have as a senior center for the senior?
So Jennings Hall itself was built before HUD decided that they wouldn't spend much money on 202s. And so it itself has a lot of rooms. It has a dining hall, it has a TV room, a game room. This building will also have a fitness center in the basement. It will have 2 community rooms on the upper floors, and on the ground floor to have a library. And all those spaces are open for the residents that are part of the development. We don't really have a separate one because we have a lot of vibrant senior centers, one at Cooper Park Houses, one that JASA operates near Williamsburg Houses, the Swinging 60s at 211 Ainsley, and the one that Losaurus runs as well, that David, that Sonia is overseeing. So, plus others. So, for the residents there, we have things. We also have a bus that takes them to the other centers because they want to interact with people outside. So, the commercial space will be commercial. It won't really need to be for the residents of the building.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions? I don't see any hands. Are there any other questions?
Madam Chair, I'm so sorry. I took it on when the election. Frank, again, you spoke about the subsidies and it's under the HUD. Is it 202? Is it just straight out?
No, it won't be because HUD doesn't do a 202 anymore. It will be similar to a 202. Jennings Hall is a 202. The city has the SARA program, which is what Losaurus is building over in the old Rheingold development, and other groups are doing. And the state has a similar program. So it's equivalent to a 202 where they give the commitment of a Section 8 contract or commitment for the units. So Jarkle Hall is another one. But they don't do that program exactly. So it will be an effective 202 without being exactly through that program.
So building-based Section 8.
That's right. It'll be a building-based Section 8. So when Julia asked about the concern, any resident that goes in there will be getting that subsidy. They don't have to come with it.
And do you have the guidelines? Would you be just giving the guidelines? Is there still going to be an income limit or an income minimum?
There are, as I put up before, there will be income limits. It still would be with tax credits. So there will be maximum income limits at different levels. The good thing is with the Section 8, there technically is no minimum income.
Thank you, Frank. Great job as always. So proud.
Thank you all.
Any other questions?
I'll
No?
just say, Chair Fuller, that we'll be back when we do the ULURP. So if people have questions, we'll be happy to answer them then as well.
Okay, thank you so much, Frank, for your presentation. Have a good evening.
Thank you all.
Could I just say one quick thing? Frank, just want to make sure you understand that we're on recess until September, right?
That's correct. We just wanted to come because we thought we would be coming to you earlier in the year, and DCP has just delayed this. So we didn't want this to happen in the summer and then people to feel like, wait a minute, you didn't give us a chance to have a conversation. So
yeah, because
we don't know when it'll come up. It'll come up in September, probably whenever. We don't know yet.
Yeah, because I know there's a previous action that came through and there was sort of a deadline imposed and it ended up bypassing the land use committee, which we're really, averse to doing, normally. So, yeah, to allow ample time for it to go through.
Correct. That's why we wanted to come today,
Great.
To make sure.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Frank. Have a good evening. Next item on the agenda is 185 Bedford Avenue. 185 Bedford Avenue.
Yeah, hi. Sorry about that. I was trying to find the unmute button. My name's Andrew Cooper. I'm counsel, and we are here to present to Community Board 1 a proposal regarding an adult use retail dispensary at 185 Bedford Avenue. I will want to point out before we start that we appreciate you having us here. We also appreciate the fact that we learned just a short time ago that you would be in recess. So apparently you won't be able to hear any other applications for cannabis dispensaries, and we appreciate the fact that you've stayed, and it is now over 3 hours in this meeting, and I'm truly impressed with the commitment of everybody on this call. So Madam Chairwoman, Community Board 1 and attendees, I once again appreciate and thank you for allowing us to present. And I can assure everyone on the call on this at this meeting that we do not propose hours beyond the maximum permissible. Our hours proposed, just to give you a heads up, are 12 o'clock to approximately 10 o'clock at night. As I said, my name is Andrew Cooper. I'm an attorney. I'm a counsel to the applicant. I'm also chair of the Cannabis Practice Group at Falcon Rappaport in Berkman. I'm also an advocate. I'm an executive board member of the Justice Foundation, a registered 501c3 organization committed to creating one legal regulated cannabis market. And I'm an educator. I teach a cannabis law and business class at Hofstra Law School. I'm here as counsel to High of Brooklyn, which is the entity name, to talk about our plans to open an adult use retail dispensary at 185 Bedford in the Williamsburg section of Brooklyn, right here in Community Board 1. I've represented High of Brooklyn and their principals since we first embarked on this journey together when I assisted them with their application under the CARD program. CARD program is the Conditional Adult Use Retail Dispensary program that came with the Marijuana Regulation and Taxation Act. And we couldn't be more thrilled to be here. On a personal note, my father grew up at 244 Roebling Street right here in Williamsburg. I've been driving and seeing and riding through this neighborhood since I was old enough to notice. High of Brooklyn is the vision of two principal applicants, Edgar Kleinman and Giorgio Matisi. Edgar is here with us on the call. Unfortunately, Giorgio's mother passed away earlier today, and he's not able to attend the meeting with us. To give you a little background, as many of you may know, the issue of card licenses in Brooklyn was delayed due to a federal lawsuit that obtained an injunction. That issue was resolved, but the Brooklyn region was one of the last regions where card licenses were issued. So the card licenses hadn't been issued in Brooklyn until early May. At present, there are a few hundred conditional adult use retail dispensary licenses across the state of New York, but only 13 of which are currently operating. As a result, and as many of you probably have seen, it's resulted, the slow rollout of the retail adult use dispensaries in New York State has resulted in a proliferation of unregulated, illegal, illicit, black market operations, including those operating in storefronts right around your neighborhood. So to give you just a general idea, it's our goal and intention to develop an adult use retail dispensaries that consistent with the community it serves, a vibrant, beautiful, and multicultural community. So in addition to the relevant regulations regulating things like advertising and marketing, which under the regulations are pretty strict, we intend to implement procedures and protocol to ensure that our location and its products are neither attractive nor available to anyone under the age of 21. On the compliance side, although we haven't yet obtained approval for the site and therefore haven't built out what we need to, which is called a site and security plan, we can assure the board and all its members that we will rigorously ensure compliance with those security protocol. For example, a comprehensive security system, equipment, security guards, safe cash handling procedures, ID verification, entrance security, and multi-level security procedures for customers and employees, as well as other things that we've learned during the course of this process and this journey, and information that I've gathered in my experience as a lawyer who's handled applications in other states with similar, not quite identical security protocol. So we're looking for approval at 185 Bedford, and I would point out that we did receive an initial rejection for the site from the Office of Cannabis Management. And the reason we received that denial, at least initially, was because there's a company called Valley Agriceuticals, which is owned, it's on 178 North 4th Street. It's a medical retail dispensary. That's an entity owned by a company called Cresco Labs, which is basically $1 billion company. However, they can only serve medical patients. Our location is 850 feet away, and the requisite geographic limitation is 1,000 feet. So we're in the process of considering whether to make an application for basically an exception or a variance, or to select another site. We have a few other sites locally that we believe will meet the criteria. So the reason we're seeking that is because the criteria that are relevant include things like the population density in the area. But one of the things that's really important to us is that we've also become incredibly familiar with the area and understand and notice that there are at least 9 unregulated illegal dispensaries operating out of storefronts between our proposed site at 185 Bedford and 178 North 4th. So, in that, we believe, and it's pretty well settled, that regulated adult use dispensaries in a neighborhood or community will result in a reduction of the unregulated market. We feel that placing a retail dispensary in this area, despite its proximity to the Cresco Lab site, is still going to be quite a benefit to the community. Once again, unregulated, illegal, black market product is not tested. It's unfortunately often made available to people under 21, and unfortunately sometimes children much younger than 21. It's our goal to not only be the first adult use retail dispensary in our community, but to be a pillar of the community, to be the steward of what is to come, because there will ultimately be additional retail dispensaries in Brooklyn. So our goal is, by engaging in the community, as we've seen and understand to be incredibly important, to listen to what the community has to say about the concept, and to foster dialogue with this board and other community groups is really our plan, which is why we wanted to have this meeting as early as possible. Once we understood the community better and where we anticipated seeking permission to put our retail dispensary. In addition to those community engaged activities, we intend to include things like educational initiatives. We believe that education is a tremendous part of ensuring the long-term success in any emerging market in cannabis. We also want to highlight that this business will create significant new employment opportunities for local residents. I'll outline them very briefly shortly. So as far as other critical points for the board and its members to consider, Higher Brooklyn plans to obviously hire local residents and allow for job growth that is not necessarily seen in other entry-level positions. By offering jobs that will be above minimum wage, including employee training and education, and internal growth opportunities, Higher Brooklyn hopes to build a long-term local workforce, which offers more than a job, but a career. While we haven't completed our standard operating procedures, we do expect to hire at least 25 full-time employees, full-time equivalents anyway, to work and operate this adult use dispensary. A point worth noting is we do not intend or plan to include on-site consumption at this location. We made that decision initially after doing our own analysis of the site, the traffic, both foot traffic and car traffic, and we thought that the neighborhood simply doesn't support that concept at this time. Like I said, we intend to keep the hours of operation reasonable, 12 noon to 10 p.m., well within the permissible limits. We don't want to push that. We feel that the neighborhood will support that. We don't need to be open later. We don't believe that distinguishing ourselves from other operators in the site is going to be conditioned on our ability to be open longer or more. It's going to be because we're sensitive to community needs. We have product that people want. We've identified a target market, and we will intend to train our people because we think ultimately it is a service business. And we're excited. We're excited to be in this community. We're excited to be in this neighborhood. And I will tell you that despite the fact that we've been on the line since the beginning of your meeting, what I did learn and what Edgar and I were talking about offline is the commitment that everybody on this call makes to their community. And it was pretty impressive. So we're excited to be a part of it. Hopefully you'll have us. Hopefully you'll embrace us. And hopefully we will figure out ways to address any concerns or issues you have. What I'd like to do is give Edgar an opportunity to talk a little bit about his vision. And then hopefully we can wrap up and answer questions that you might have. Once again, I understand the late hour and I appreciate everybody's continued indulgence. Thank you very much. Edgar.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for having us. And it's true what Andrew said. I was amazed at your dedication to the board meeting to sit so late and just be here, committed to your neighborhood. I'm a native Brooklynite. I grew up in Brooklyn. I did grow up in South Brooklyn. But Brooklyn is my home. To me, South Brooklyn, North Brooklyn, East, West makes zero difference. We're all Brooklynites. We all have the same visions. We all want to keep our neighborhood safe. My partner and I have been legacy cannabis for quite a long time. We've known the industry for quite a long time. We understand the industry for quite a long time. I wanted to bring why I chose Bedford Avenue and why I chose Williamsburg is the people, the population, but really because I have never seen so many illegal dispensaries on one spot. I apologize for my wording, it's disgusting. I've canvassed the neighborhood for the past 2 months, and I personally witnessed these dispensaries selling to teenagers. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe my own eyes that this has started to become. So part of me choosing this neighborhood was really because I'd like this neighborhood to clean up. It's a beautiful neighborhood. I've watched this neighborhood grow in the past 30 years with amazement. I mean, it's beautiful. The buildings that have come up there are amazing. The people, the crowds. So I want to dedicate myself to making cannabis legal, making sure children do not use it, educating the locals, and even educating the children in it of how it is bad for them, how it is that they should not be consuming something like this while they're growing up. So that's my vision. That's what I'd like to do, and this is why we're here.
I'm not sure I understand.
So I want to thank everybody for, and if you guys have any questions, we're open.
Madam Chair, that concludes our presentation. I want to be clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? I don't see any hands.
Simon.
Go ahead, Simon.
So,
Okay,
are you,
Nancy.
are you requesting a license? What is your,
No.
when you come to the board?
Well, there's a couple of things. We have a license. The only thing we need to do in order to go and move forward from our card initial license to a regular license is to make a post-selection application. In your post-selection application, you're required to submit a location, a site that's been approved by OCM, along with a site plan analysis and security plan.
So you need a support
I'm here.
from the local community board?
Well,
you know
what?
support?
It's funny, Simon, you ask. I believe when I started this process, I thought at the end of the day, the community boards were going to be the last bastion. That is, they were going to be the entity that decided yes or no. And they were going to deny applications to bad actors, meaning those illegal dispensaries in their communities who may have decided to try to get a legal license, but who've shown themselves not to be trustworthy. They don't check IDs, they sell to underage people, they don't have tested product. So I believe the community boards have the right to say no or to be involved in the process. We want to be part of the community. But it's funny you asked the question because I can't answer that definitively. I don't know whether the boards do or don't. I believe they do. I thought that was the design. But I've come to learn that they may not have the ability to deny an applicant approval. But we feel like it's important that you do understand and have an opportunity to have a dialogue.
Interruption, but it says it says here, community board wants 30 days to respond to the application by mail. The date of that notification is received. So it means to say we should vote on this. We should vote. Is it Chair? Am I right or wrong? Because that's what it says on the description of the presentation.
I'll answer that to you. In actuality, the OCM rules want your opinion, and they're giving 30 days from a licensee after they obtain a storefront. They want
what does OCM stand for? Sorry, what does OCM
Office
stand
of
for?
Cannabis Management.
New York State.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
New York State
OCM is Office of Cannabis Management. They've been tasked and created by the state to oversee the emergence of the market. So they're the one tasked with that responsibility.
Okay, guys, so let's get to the point. It's quite late, but let's get to the point. So, Chair, are we voting on this today? That's what it says. 30 days. We have to voice our.
I'm not sure we have to discuss it on new business, but from what I understand, the location that you gave us, that you didn't secure the building. Do you have a location?
No, we have secured the building. That's not the issue. The issue is you have to submit this site to OCM for their approval because there are certain criteria that are relevant. For example, it's 200 feet from houses of worship, 500 feet from schools, 1,000 feet from community facilities, and 1,000 feet from other retail locations. In this instance, the medical location doesn't disqualify us, but the state law gives the medical operator an opportunity to opt in and seek a license, adult use. They have the automatic right to do that. They have to pay a lot of money to do it. It's like a $10 million fee. But they're giving them till December 31st to do that. So we have two options. We either wait till December 31st to see whether they opt in, or we make an application seeking approval based on certain criteria. Or the third option is to seek another site. And there are other sites that are all very close to the existing site, but a little further from the Valley Agreceutical site that Cresco Labs owns. So either way, we're going to be here. The question is whether we're at 185 Bedford or there's another site at 168, I think, Bedford that
169.
169. So we wanted to have an opportunity to get feedback from you to make sure that we did everything we could do to make the community comfortable.
So sorry, just to jump in and clarify, Simon, for your point, right now they have a provisional license per OCM. They're going through an approval process now. Our decision and our feedback contributes to OCM's verdict on this. But they're part of their approval process is our recommendation.
Correct. Thank you.
So our recommendation does matter here, and our vote on this does matter.
Did you come to the committee of safety and did you make a presentation to them? My friend who is the chair of this committee of safety.
No, Simon. The only thing we're doing at this point, we're hearing the presentation. You know, we got the we got the notice from them and we noticed that it was 30 days. So the only thing we could do at that point was put them on the agenda. Well, I'm not sure, and I was trying to get Joanna to check it. What date did you send your application to us? I think it was about 2 weeks ago, but I'm not sure of the date.
Edgar, do you remember that?
I don't remember, but it's approximately 2 weeks ago. That is correct.
May 23rd.
There you go.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, which is around 2 weeks ago. So this is our first step, is because we looked at the 30-day notice, and I know all the boards are saying 30 days is not enough for the community boards to deal with this.
But does that mean that your 30-day window to open would be 30 days from May 23rd?
No, that's not a deadline for us.
So what is your proposed opening date?
We
Approximately
don't.
4 to 6 months from now.
Yeah.
That would be the realistic approach to it. We need approximately, as soon as the site is approved by OCM, we need approximately 30 to 45 days to finish the paperwork, get a site plan, have a security plan, which I'm already working on. And at that point, they will issue us the license and we could do a build out. So that would take at least 2 months. So, then hiring process, we're looking to hire 25 to about 40 employees to run the dispensary. And then we have a grand opening. That's how it works.
Okay, let's take some more questions before we do. Julia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Roland stated basically what I wanted to let you know. Yes, you need to have some kind of approval from us, a recommendation. We were just told that recently, and we went to a whole rigmarole about that. My question is, you have a lot of stores next to you, around you, surrounding you, other places of business. Have you informed those people of what you plan on opening in their neighborhood? Although it's not a residential, it is other businesses.
Yeah.
Also, I heard the security plan. What are your plans to have folks that are purchasing their wares from you to not stand on that corner and decide to smoke their wares or go to the train station? I generally know the area. I walk through there because I go to Martha's. I ain't put this weight on for nothing. So, what are your plans?
Yeah.
And
So part of the security plan is we will have security outside, will not allow people to hang out on that corner. It is a security detriment for somebody to just, I guess you could say, chill on the corner and smoke. So we have communicated with security companies, and we will have people outside, not allowing them to hang out on that corner. If I really wanted them to smoke, I would create a room for them to smoke in, a consumption room. I don't believe that this neighborhood needs a consumption room.
Yeah. And as far as identifying and discussing with neighboring businesses, it is our plan to go to the neighborhood and introduce ourselves and get their feedback and talk to them about our plan and what it looks like. So
you haven't done that yet.
I
we
have
couldn't- we-
actually.
well,
I
okay.
actually was since we got the lease for 185. I have spoken to the few businesses next door. For instance, there's a pizzeria right next door. He's happy. He's excited.
He's gonna get
Actually,
business.
that's exactly why he's excited. So we have started to speak to the neighborhood people. So far, no negativity. They actually like the idea because of so many illegal spots, and these illegal spots do not have proper cannabis. They don't have. They buy literally off the street, and the consumers do not know what they're buying. While what they would be buying from us is lab tested and guaranteed by the state.
And also with the folks that you're going to be hiring, do they have to have a particular license to sell, or are you guys training them?
Yes.
Can you give me some more information on people that would be working there?
Absolutely. So they have to be over 21. Anybody, just like alcohol, anybody handling cannabis has to be over 21 years old of age. That's one. Two, we do have a training program. I've been sitting here for the past 2 weeks writing one, an SOP program that will train all of our people and continue training them with compliance as they continue to work for us.
Yeah. So Julie, just to follow up on that, there are a variety of protocol that are required for us to implement. SOPs or standard operating procedures are included, and those include very stringent requirements regarding employees and training protocol. So not only are we required to do it, and we've talked about it, we're building SOPs. There are companies out there in the employment arena in cannabis who not only vet prospective employees, but implement and put them through training programs. So that's, as a matter of bottom line, people are trained. Now, here's what I've learned, and we've discussed. The way to distinguish yourself in any business is service. So we're going beyond what may be required because we believe that's a differentiator. That's gonna be the reason why we're gonna be successful and others may not, is because we invest in our employees, not only in training, but in benefits and opportunities. A big issue in cannabis is turnover. Turnover at that level, we call them the bud tender level. Our goal is to try to develop employees who have a desire to stay and build and grow. And we're developing management training programs so they can go from that base level employee to management level employee. And one of the requirements in cannabis in the New York regulations is there has to be one person who's principally fully responsible and always available at every location. So you can't share responsibility as a manager. The manager is going to be the one responsible for everything that happens. There's a lot of protocol put in place to ensure compliance and safety.
Okay, thank you, because I don't drink, nor do I do any of that cannabis, so I need to know these things. This is all new.
Okay, Julie, we don't need to know your habits.
No, it's okay, Julie. Listen, I'm happy to talk about it at your convenience.
Okay, Dale, you still want to speak?
Yeah, if I can, Chair Fuller.
Go ahead.
So first thing that I wanted to ask was, Edgar, I think you mentioned on-site consumption, and I know in your notification to the municipality that you all have checked retail dispensary and on-site consumption business. But as far as we stand in New York City, that on-site consumption is not a thing. It's that doesn't exist. That's not a possibility. That's something that still is potentially in the works. So I just wanted to clarify that on your application, if granted, if this goes ahead, that it would be a retail dispensary only, and that there would not be any plans from this point for on-site consumption.
That's correct. That is 100% correct. Like I said, I did my research. I walked the neighborhood after I made the application to you, and I realized that having an on-site consumption is not a possibility in this kind of area.
I asked specifically because you mentioned the last time you spoke that you had considered the possibility of that. So I just wanted to make sure that as far as our community board goes, that if we grant this and if we vote for you, that we would be understood that this wouldn't happen.
That is 100%.
So Ronan, just to follow up real quickly. So the regs are changing. So there's things that, for example, 2 weeks ago, they promulgated new guidance by the OCM talking about on-site consumption. What they said was, because they haven't yet developed on-site consumption regulations as a license type, but they told the card licensees that they will be able to add on-site consumption, and they gave them some general criteria. It needs to be affixed, and it did need to be affixed. So it's a kind of a moving target. What they said most recently, as of literally a week ago, was they're going to allow for limited on-site consumption in a retail site. They're going to allow you to build out an on-site consumption component, affixed or unaffixed, under certain guidelines they haven't yet established. But to Edgar's point, we don't think, honestly, I've been doing this a long time. I'm not a big fan of an on-site consumption lounge where people are smoking cannabis because they can smoke anywhere they want. They're not relegated, and it's not necessarily the kind of social environment. So we decided that, for this site, it just didn't make sense. So yeah, we came into this ready to commit to not do on-site consumption at 185 Bedford or any other site in Community Board 1.
But again, as far as this bill passing, more than a couple years ago, the idea from the start was that if on-site consumption did take place, it would not be rolled out with retail dispensaries, and it would be in the future. So from what you're saying and from what we've all been hearing, that's not in the near future. And again, my point is that it's not at your preference; it's at city and state laws, which right now have no jurisdiction over on-site consumption.
Well, I just want to be clear that they do contemplate on-site consumption. That's not a question.
But
what happened is there's a separate license type that they haven't yet
Right,
Sorry, go
but
ahead.
my point, Andrew, is that that license or that application does not exist right now. So until that passes, when and if that passes, then I think we should consider it. But I just want to make sure that we're on the same page, that that's not part of what we're signing off on today.
You regardless of what any right or wrong, because it's not exactly accurate, but yes, it doesn't matter. We're not planning on doing it here.
Right.
Whether we can do it tomorrow or we can do it in a year. The fact is, it will be permitted for these licensees. Other card licensees have the ability to do on-site consumption, and it won't require the rollout of an additional license or an application. They get that as part of this license that they already have. We decided that it's not part of what we want to do, so we're willing to commit to it. But I don't want to get anybody to think I'm suggesting that it's not yet possible. It is in fact going to happen. The only question is the individual standalone on-site consumption license. The rules have not been promulgated. That's not to say an existing card licensee can't add on-site consumption without waiting for that regulation to be promulgated. That's all I'm
I
suggesting.
think you would have to wait for that regulation is what I'm saying. And so for you to say that you're expecting it to come out is not the same thing as that regulation being in place. What I'm saying is that we have to separate the two. And from here, we're looking at dispensary only, not on-site consumption.
Correct.
That's correct.
Correct. And just to reiterate, the 185 Bedford, even when we build it out, cannot hold an on-site consumption. Even if I wanted one, I couldn't have one at that spot.
Okay.
So
Thanks.
that's how it is. So we decided against it altogether.
Thank you. As far as SOPs and security plan that you mentioned, so I know you submit this to OCM, but I'm wondering if there's a way you could share those plans with.
Absolutely.
Okay. Perfect.
Absolutely. We could get your personal information or your emails, and I could, when they finish, I could absolutely
So
forward
any
those to you.
information, send it to the board office.
You got it.
Last question, then I know there's a lot of others behind me. So in this neighborhood in the past year, there's been an increasing crime for cash businesses selling cannabis, marijuana. Do you all have plans for security in place to limit that, especially considering that it's right outside of a subway stop, major subway stop?
So we do in the security plan, believe it or not, we do not carry cash. We will have the banks pick them up. Security, just like you see them, cash being delivered to a bank and cash being picked up from a bank, we will have the same system of, in other words, I'm not going to carry the cash to the bank. The security trucks will come, pick it up, and take it to a bank for us.
You all are cashless?
We can't be fully cashless. We will accept cash, but I've already started putting this in the security plan, and I've spoken to two banks, Valley National, Valley Bank.
Valley National and the Dime.
Yeah, they have a program to pick up cash from us with security guards and armored trucks.
And
there will be a big component of this will be cashless. And there's a variety of ways that that's done through a variety of programs, either Dutchy Pay or an ACH kind of model. There's a variety of other options that, we're going to try to move towards entirely cashless operation when feasible.
And as far as cameras, you said, is there one outside?
Oh, no, there's going to be more than one. There's going to be about 15 cameras surrounding it. Like every single place where there's any kind of cannabis being displayed will have a camera on it.
Yeah. Security components can be as much as 40% of the total cost of designing and equipping. It's big business, and there's quite not only on the camera side, on the technology side, it's a big deal.
Right. We also kind of have an outside security monitoring us. So not only are we going to be monitoring ourselves, there's an outside security company monitoring us.
But per OCM, you need to. So I mean, that's
pursuant to the regs that are promulgated. There's a whole security protocol chapter that we have to follow.
That's all for me, Chair Fuller. I know there's a lot of people that want to speak. Thanks, Edgar and Andrew.
Thank you very much.
Adam had his hand up. Adam, you took your hand down?
Yeah, I took it down. It's getting late.
It's your turn to speak. You want to speak?
Well, I guess just extremely briefly, I wanted to thank you guys for this presentation. I think it was very well done. I think it's an exciting idea. I certainly share the concern you guys expressed about this astounding proliferation of unlicensed dispensaries. And if you guys have data to back up the proposition that regulated dispensaries cut down on the existence of those unlicensed dispensaries, I'm very interested in that, and I think it is something we need.
I'm happy to share that.
That'd be
Yeah, sorry
wonderful.
about that. Yeah, no, happy to share it. There's not one, there are multiple, and there's a variety of theories that are supported in justifying why that's so. So yeah, and I'm happy to talk about it once you get them if you'd like.
And just so you know, New York State has passed enforcement to start shutting these places
yeah.
down on May 11th.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know it's late, guys. I'm sorry, but I want to thank Ronan for his questions. I think they covered a lot of what I was concerned about. Like this is the future. An operator like this is going to be coming to us on a regular basis going forward, and we've had discussions in the SLA committee about how we're going to handle it. There are going to be clear guidelines for how the CBs are going to work with these upcoming dispensaries, and we will have to work through that process. But no new business will be more scrutinized as we move to a fully legal landscape than businesses like this. And in the meantime, the illegal dispensaries will exist. Eventually, some will be licensed. And then these more regulated operations will displace them. And, you know, these are not spots for like party kids. They're going to be illegal spots. You know, this is the kind of well-regulated thing that we are going to be living with. And so we should do it right. And this is, as far as I understand, it's the first dispensary that's come to us. So I wish this had come earlier in the evening. I think there's a lot of people that have, you know, a lot to think about with this, and I know the SLA committee is speaking about it because we don't have the power to deny even a liquor license, but we can recommend denial. So, you know, the more upfront and transparent operators are, the better. And I hope you will be using local growers. And I just want to point people to Housing Works, and maybe just quickly, Mr. Cooper, you could discuss. It's not a true analogy, but there seems to be that seems to be moving along with the community pretty well over there, and hopefully that can happen here. Thank you.
Yeah. So just if you want, go ahead, Edgar. Sorry.
Yeah. So I've actually spoken to Housing Works. I love their model, and we will only, just so you know, only buy from local growers. We will never buy anything out of state. We have
you can't buy out of state.
Right. As for regulations, we will only support New York State.
Well, we can't. Just to clarify, we can't buy out of state, Edgar. But here's what I think. But here's what I think is relevant. There are growers in our community. Now, it may not be there. I mean, there are legacy growers in buildings in the boroughs, but we're talking about as close as we can get to be local. New York State's a big place. And as Housing Works, as far as their model and the fact that they're a workable model, you know, I know when they built it, we were involved or consulted in part of the projects. We're trying to learn not only from other states and their model, but from other operators who built out their models. So, you know, this is a work in progress for everybody. But to your point, Eric, we do want to get it right. And we want to set the standard. We feel like the first person, the first entity that opens up sets a bar and an expectation. And then those who come after are destined to follow on some level. So it will be here. But as I mentioned, to your point, we want to make sure you have all your questions answered. However we can do that and make ourselves available for you to continue to have a dialogue with us because you need that comfort level, we're willing to do that. You know, we don't want you to feel rushed. We want you to have the opportunity to ask the questions that you need answers to because you're entitled to it.
Charlie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I believe a lot of stuff was said by Eric and also by Ronan. And last time we attended a meeting with Ronan, so we engage in this conversation. So very happy to see it. Finally, we have somebody coming here legally through a process. I live in Greenpoint. There has been definitely a lot of concern and over proliferation. I can't even count how many do we have. So, you know, this has been added to the issue of retail diversity together with the over proliferation on liquor licenses. So I was wondering, you know, because we don't have right now the proper mechanism within the board, we don't have stipulation. Hopefully, I don't know, you'll come back again if you're not in a rush. I don't know if we're going to have time to have some form of stipulation we can provide the states. So I will be curious about many things, hours of operation and what, you know, what you'll do, what you don't do now, and be sure that you're not going to do in the future because you just change your mind. You know, it's reassuring the fact that already by law, can be more than one within 1,000 feet. So that's already a reassuring parameter. Yeah, so I was wondering hours, and if you are willing to come back again at the board, and who knows, at that time probably would have had a chance within the board to have put in place some system maybe similar to our SLA, you know, application or something like that.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not, unfortunately, not entirely familiar with your processes, but we're happy to do whatever needs to be done so you have the opportunity to get answers to questions you have. Just to one other point, to your point about the unregulated proliferation of unregulated market. I'm a board member, the treasurer of the Justice Foundation, the 501c3. Our goal is to move unregulated to the regulated market. The only way we all succeed and build an economically, fiscally robust, safe, socially equitable market is to do what we can to minimize the unregulated component of the market. States like California, Washington, Colorado, Massachusetts, they have a multiple of 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 times the size they're unregulated to regulated market. And they're on the precipice of collapse. And nobody's happy. So ultimately, everybody has the same goal, which is to reduce the unregulated market. The only way to do that is to allow for competition at a certain price point. People are going to pay more for regulated product because it's regulated, it's tested, it's safe. They just sometimes don't want to pay 35% more. So it's got to be a combination of things. It's got to be price competition. It's got to be enough to actually compete, because one against 50, 60, or 70 unregulated stores is really not really a competition. And it has to be a conscious effort by government to enforce the regulations as they stand. Regulation without enforcement is anarchy. What we're seeing now finally is a combination of these things. More retail shops opening, some enforcement, some competition. It's only going to get better in the way that it's going to reduce the unregulated market. And I'm saying that because every community has unregulated markets. In the old days, they just were underground. Now they thought they could just come above ground. So we don't also want to be careful that we don't just push them underground and make them even less safe. We want to directly compete. We want to eliminate them, and we want competition to ultimately succeed. So we have a robust market.
Yeah, and just to tap into what you're saying, you know, it's absurd that the state didn't put in place an immediate mechanism, like, for example, very simple, ask the landlord, one of the requirements could be that you would have to give the landlord definitely your license, your state license, and the landlord would be liable in a certain way. I don't know, you can put a seal on the storefront. That would have stopped, and it would have no wasted resources from sheriff, from NYPD, which is very costly. And of course, you know, the revenue which is being generated by this store definitely can pay any possible fine. So at least the fine that they've been giving at the moment. So hopefully, if you sit on this board, you know, there could be some action with a proper mechanism that could be more effective and a more simple way. Thank you.
So that's a great point. Yeah, I agree. You know, we took a model from, I was a trial lawyer for a really long time and doing a lot of IP work, and we had regulations that allowed for them to do that in situations where a landlord was renting to counterfeiters. The landlord was punished, fined, ultimately leading to enforcement action. So, you know, we had a model. It's unfortunate that we waited this long to implement protocol that allowed people to feel like they had the power to enforce the regulations.
And the absurdity is one of the requirements for your application, your license application, is that you have to have a signed lease. I understood, and correct me if I'm wrong. So how can you have a signed lease you know, if you don't have a license, how you could act that requirement, but it's for another conversation, another time. So, but thank you again.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Katie?
Thank you. I know it's late. And this question is more for the community board and perhaps Chair Fuller and the folks who spoke before me kind of alluded to it is, you know, when an application like this comes in, what committee does it go to? I mean, is it SLA or I know this is all new processes and maybe we haven't figured it out yet or even know how to approach it, but I was just curious if there has been a conversation about whether a new committee should be formed, if it should go to public safety. It sounds like Ronan has a lot of insight
Katie, you
into
don't have to
this.
go any further. I got a committee, I got a cannabis committee, and I've already chosen the people for it.
Got it.
Okay, they're saying that we need to get, a letter to you in 30 days. We don't have that kind of time, and with this issue, since it's the first, time you're coming to our board, I would like for you to, meet sometime in the summer with our committee before we send in the letter.
Yeah, we would suggest that and agree. We don't know the protocol, but we're happy to do whatever needs to be done in order to give you the time to inquire further, discuss further, talk to us further, research further, so you can make decisions. We think it's important that you do that and have the opportunity to do that. And we're pretty confident at the end of the day, you'll be satisfied that we are going to be a benefit to this community.
It's because we need more discussion on this. So, I'll try to get the committee to have a meeting sometime this summer that we can fit it in. I just wanted you to come and let you know that you presented to the board.
We're in
We will
support.
welcome that. We will welcome
Okay,
that.
thank you so much for coming. Enjoy the rest of your evening, what's left of it.
Thank you. Appreciate
you.
everything. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye now.
Next item is liquor license. I don't know if we still have any speakers left. Joanna, please call the speakers for the liquor license.
Chair Fuller, item number 3 has been here. The Palm Rice, they've been on since the beginning of the meeting. Terry Flang,
Oh,
it's a liquor license.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay, go ahead.
Can you see me now? Sorry. You can hear me, can't you? Yep, okay.
We can hear you, but we can't see you.
Okay. I'm sorry, I'm showing up on my own, but Palm Sunrise 53 LLC is located at 53 Scott Avenue. The license premise.
Yeah, well, I called you before and you weren't here.
No, I was here. You called the first matter and they weren't here.
Okay, go ahead.
Yep, the 5th and 6th floor with the roof area are the areas to be licensed in the building. The applicants own the building and have experience in the industry. The hours of operation will be 8 a.m. to 4 a.m., but the hours will truly depend on each event. So we do not expect a lot of events to go to 4 a.m., but we want the ability, since this is a catering license and is not open to the general public, but only for private events. The occupancy will be usually between 50-person party and a 400-person party, depending on the event as well. Some will be smaller retirement parties, others will be weddings and events such as those. The outdoor area on the roof will abide by your usual stipulations for outdoor use. With one exception, we would like you to consider, because this is a highly commercial area, to allow us during those hours to have some background music, just at a background level. The premises on the indoor will use a DJ and live music depending on the type of event, or it will be simple background music if it's a luncheon or a corporate breakfast meeting. We will use security and abide by the nightlife guidelines of the city of New York. The area in which this premise is located is predominantly commercial, and the building itself is commercial. Obviously, because it's a catering license, there will be food available at all hours of operation. And I'd be happy to answer any other questions you have with regard to this application.
Does anybody have any questions? Does anybody have any questions on 53 Scott Avenue? Eric, is your hand up from the last time?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Madam Chair. No, we'll see him in committee, right?
Pardon me? Does anybody have any questions? Brian, Daly?
Yeah, quick one, clarifying. So you said that you would be open between 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., but that would be contingent on private events and how many you would have. Could you speak a little bit more to how many you expect to have, what those private events might be? In the past, when we've approved licenses, we've put a stipulation on the numbers that can go that late. So wondering if you could just give us context on that.
Well, it's hard to give context. I think my fine is still on the line, but for early events like corporate breakfasts at 8 a.m., that's what we're talking about for corporate breakfasts along those lines. Sometimes the premise may be rented out for somebody to do a presentation or a meeting such as this, a corporate meeting, which would be in the morning or usually in the afternoon. We don't expect many events to go to 4 a.m. at all, but we need to put that down to have the flexibility. For example, a New Year's Eve event. But most of the events, like a wedding, will run the normal hours of an event for a wedding, or a bar mitzvah or something along those lines. Mr. Stelberger, are you still on? I know you were on earlier and then you got knocked off and we're trying to get back on. I guess it's just me then.
I mean, like Eric said, we'll see you at SLA. My only concern is just being open-ended until 4 a.m. And Julia can back me up. I mean, it's been a number of restrictions.
I don't think we'll have a problem at committee narrowing that down once I speak to my client. Like I said, it's not like we expect there to be many. The only reason we have to ask for it is because there will be a few. So we can stipulate to that. Can I ask one question? When is that committee meeting?
It's Thursday.
2 days from now.
Can I get that address again?
Yes, it's 53 Scott Avenue.
I would like to ask,
You finished our daily. Joe Gross?
Thanks, Chair Fuller.
if I would like to know how close is it to any residential area?
It really isn't a residential area within a few blocks. The building itself is commercial. The buildings around it are commercial. On the street going up, excuse me, just let me get the diagram. There's a diagram in the application, Scott Avenue.
It's in the IBZ. It's over by 99 Scott and all that stuff.
Yes, correct.
And
There's a commercial space, a warehouse, a trading company, a chocolate factory, another trading company, a record store, a metal fabricator, a concrete plant. There is a bar restaurant just off of Randolph, a food distribution business.
Any plans for parking?
As in, my client is considering and has been talking to somebody about valet parking. They don't have a parking garage, if that's what you're referring to.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Yablowski?
Just one question. Any outdoor spaces? Are you planning to have any outdoor space?
Yes, there is. It's on the application. It's a roof area. And we said we would abide by the guidelines. The only thing that we wanted in the guidelines is if we could have during the hours of operation permitted, if we could have some light background music out there.
I mean, so you're planning to have an outdoor space open till 4 a.m.?
No. Your hours on your outdoor area.
So, okay.
With
Without the stipulations. I understood. Okay.
Yes, correct.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Simon.
Ogden?
Yes, thank you. Actually, my question was regarding the outdoor space. So basically,
if you're gonna have an outdoor space, you're gonna stick to our stipulation, which is on the application on page number 5, right? That's the during the week hours. During the week, you're gonna close at 11 and weekends at 1. Is that correct?
That's correct. The only exception that we just pointed out is we would, during those hours, we would like the ability to have light background music.
We're gonna discuss the other committee meeting,
Okay.
but if
I
we
just
may-
wanted,
but basically the hours of operation, because some of the applicants is applying for outdoor space. We had example today, and they would like to have the hours of operation at the outdoor space, whatever they have in mind. And what I would like to point, our stipulation, the CB1 stipulation has a hours of operation outdoor specification for that, which is 11 and 1.
yes, I
You
saw.
aware of that, sir?
Yeah, we answered yes to those questions on the application.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome.
Hyman,
Yes. Are you willing to put in a stipulation that you, if ever this venue doesn't work out and you want to make a regular bar, that you will, it will, like the hours be cut totally like a regular, what we put for a regular bar?
Whatever we do here, first of all, this is a catering license application. If somebody were to have to, if we went out of business and rented it to somebody else, which I doubt because this space only works for catering, they would have to come to you for that type of license because it's not the same class of license.
Got it. How many people will this venue could accept?
400.
Got it. All right. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
thank you. Are there any other questions? I see no other hands. Thank you so much for your time. Have a good evening.
Yes, you too. Take care. Have a very nice 4th of July.
Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait.
That's okay. It happens. No problem.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Next item on the agenda is liquor license. Do we have any speakers left? I want to speak.
Okay, the first speaker is Sony George.
It was speakers, residents on Woodlands Plaza, and speakers around. They was here for 3 hours and they left. And I think all our community board members already was bringing out almost all the points where the residents wants to speak.
Okay, yes, all the speakers that I have for the liquor licenses are for 240 Broadway. Just for the records, Susie Madhans, Simon Clyde, Sandra Gore, Sally Gonzalez, Delicia Jenkins, Mr. Wise, Joe Lovinger, Joel Gross, Aben Franken, and Alex Fire. I do see Sally Gonzalez.
Does she still want to speak?
Yeah.
Sally?
Let me contact her. The question is how she can get active and speak. You can let her in.
I'm trying to unmute her.
Hi, I can't unmute myself.
We could hear you.
Oh, okay. All right. Yes. I was a little concerned, very concerned actually, that Mr. Jones was being very disingenuous when he was speaking to the board. He insisted that we were not willing to sit with him and communicate with him, which is completely false. During the board meeting that was held prior to this, where we went down to your location, immediately after you saw his application and you said that the application, I think his original application was for 800 people in the venue, and the 11 a.m. to 4 a.m. Opening. We spoke outside, and I spoke with him personally, and I addressed the community's issues with it. I mentioned to him that we already have a glut of issues in this area, not just in the development, but because this development, the Williams Plaza development, is right behind where the venue is. Okay, we are even more, we're the basis behind this concern. The noise, the traffic, the honking of the horns. It's not just about the noise of his venue. It's also the noise with regards to the traffic. The infrastructure in this area cannot accommodate this place. We're already having an issue with backed up traffic. We have school buses running, okay, all day long that tie up the traffic on the avenue on Division, and the bus is trying to get from Division, making the turn onto Havermeyer to get to the bus depot.
Summarize.
I mean, it's a glut of noise here, 24/7. I mean, when are we supposed to have some quiet time? We have the train running. We have the noise of the train. We've gotten used to that. We have the noise of honking horns on Broadway when the traffic is backed up on Broadway trying to get to the Williamsburg Bridge.
Summarize.
It's just ridiculous, and he was being totally disingenuous in that we didn't address these issues with him before. So, I mean, I just want to point that out. And now all of a sudden he's saying he wants to have a conversation. He never informed us, and now he wants to have a conversation. And he doesn't understand.
Your 2 minutes is up.
That is it for liquor license speakers.
Okay.
I'm sorry, this is Evelyn. Can I say a few words?
Evelyn who?
Evelyn Cruz with Congresswoman Velasquez's office, Madam
Yes.
Chair. Thank you. I just want to support, I've been on all evening, I've been listening. I've concurred with a lot of what Councilman Ressler stated. He's been working with the Congresswoman on a lot of the issues he mentioned, as well as Senator Gonzalez. But I want to talk about the liquor license here on Broadway. We have been receiving, and we've walked through complaints with many of our residents at Jonathan Williams. Our office is located right on the corner of Broadway and Havermeyer, maybe 100 feet, maybe 115 feet away from this particular building. We are pro small business, but we cannot be pro a project that is going to overwhelm this particular block and community. I think Sally said it right. During the course of the day, on Friday evenings, Thursday evenings, the congestion of traffic on Broadway, directly across the street from the bus depot, it is just unbelievable. Between the exit of the Williamsburg Bridge and Havermeyer, the traffic between the taxis, the buses, the public buses, the school buses, and all the Uber vehicles, it is unbearable. And many of the residents complain about that now. We're just concerned that an event space or a music bar or a hall that's going to accommodate up to 400 people, it is just too taxing on the community. We know that only but 3 blocks up across from Peter Luger's, there's the old Dime Savings Bank or the Whalen Building. We see what happens when there's a big event there, when there are more than 100 or 200 guests that show up to any special event there. There's always a crowd. You're going to have severe congestion. But this junction, I think, is not the appropriate space for such a huge venue. So we would like to better understand any conditions that can be, placed upon the applicant or hear back from him, because I think he has not in good faith met with the community residents and members of the board. So I just want to put that on the record, that we are not against small business. What we are opposed to is the concentration, the density, the concentration, and concerned about the quality of life and the traffic impact. I encourage any board member to go to this corridor, to this junction, any Thursday evening, any Friday evening, so that you can see the kind of traffic that we have to deal with. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alberta.
Thank
Okay,
you.
that-
Just for the record, I would like to. I'm a speaker on one of the speakers over here. I just want to bring for the record, we have the support opposing the liquor license from State Senator Salazar, Congresswoman Velasquez, our Assemblywoman Gallinger. We have Council Member Lincoln, Council Member what is the name? Jennifer, and also the Borough President. Just for the record.
Thank you, Joe. That concludes our public session. It is now 10:12. I hope everybody stay because we have some committee reports that has to be voted on. So I know it's been a long 2 days and I appreciate everybody's patience. Can we have a moment of silence, please? Thank you. Can I have a roll call vote, please? Roll call, please, Sonia.
Gina Argento,
Yes.
Martin Bakalowski,
Yeah.
Lisa Bamonte,
Here.
Tina Barrow, Tina Barrow, Eric Luzides,
Here.
Iris Cabrera,
I'm still here.
Phil Caponegro,
Yeah.
Frank Cavone, Frank, Steve Chesler,
Yeah.
Michael Chinchilla, Teresa Sencado, Stephanie Cuevas, Kevin Costa, Ron Daly,
Here.
thank you, Giovanni Diamato,
Here.
thank you, Aaron Drinkwater,
Here.
thank you, Arthur Dibonowski,
Here.
Angelina Grontana, Floyd Fang, Julia Amanda Foster, yes, Alice Fuller,
Yeah.
Mr. Garcia, Joe Goldstein,
Excuse me, sorry, this is Kevin Costa. I couldn't unmute. Thanks.
thank you, Mr. Costa. Joe Groves,
Here.
Mr. Goldstein, did he answer? Joe Goldstein? David Helmick, Sabrina Help, Katie Denny Horowitz,
Here.
Tony Iglesias here. Moses Ending, Jacob Iskowitz, Robert Jeffrey,
Here.
Bozina Kaminsky,
Yes, I'm here.
Corey Canton, Paul Kilterborn. Corey, that you? Paul Kilterborn,
I'm here.
you, William Clasbo, Marie Liaison, Adam Myers, Sante Michelli,
Here.
you, Toby Moskowitz, Rabbi David Niederman, Mario Domerick, Janice Peterson, Austin Ferd,
Present.
thank you, Michelle Rojas, Bella Sable,
Here.
Thank you. Isaac Soper. Samir.
I'm here.
Thank you. Del T.
Here.
Thank you. William Vega. Simon Weiser.
Here. We should ask the members to stay because we just have a quorum.
Mute yourself, Simon.
Twenty-seven members after the call, Madam Chair. We have
27 members.
27, yeah, we have a quorum.
Okay, to everybody that's still on, we can't afford to lose anybody, otherwise we'll have to come back during recess. Can I have approval of the May 16th minutes?
Joel Gross.
Phil Caponegro?
Joe Gross and Phil Caponegro, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Abstentions? I think I left out one of them. Against? Can I have an approval of the minutes for the special meeting on June 12th?
Joel Gross.
Foster.
Joe Gross and Julie Foster, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Against? Abstentions? Motion carried. Can I have approval of the minutes, please?
Joel Gross.
Joe Gross?
Foster.
I'm confused. We had to approve the minutes for,
Approval of the minutes for both meetings.
yes, and now we just see the agenda.
Yeah, so Joe Gross and Julie Forster, approval of the agenda. Approval of the minutes, I'm sorry.
The minutes of the special meeting, or the minutes of the last meeting? I thought we did the first one was approval of the minutes.
I can't hear you, Sonia.
That when it first opened, the minutes was approved from the last meeting by Gross and Caponegro. Then there was approval of the special minutes, which was with Joel and Foster. I thought it was approval of the agenda.
Joe did both of them, and then Phil did one. Phil did two, and Julie did one. Am I correct, Phil?
Yes.
Oh, we did the 16th, and
Yes.
then you asked for the minutes for the 12th, and the
Yes.
third one should have been the agenda.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. It should have been approval of the agenda.
The third one should have been the approval of the agenda.
Yes, thank you.
Come on, it's late.
We approved the agenda, and then we went to the,
No, Dallas, I'm
oh,
sorry.
we didn't approve the agenda. I'm sorry, I can't see straight. Okay, we
Joel Gross.
So, let's stay on.
Okay, we already approved the minutes. Can I have approval of the agenda?
Joel Gross.
Foster again.
Joe Gross and Julie Forster for approval of the agenda. Okay, we already did the one for the minute, for the meeting minutes. Okay, public session. Could we have speakers for the public session if there's still any here?
Sure. Alexis Bronson.
Huh?
Alexis Bronson.
I'm having trouble connecting.
Alexis, are you here? Oh, the next speaker, please.
Alexis is not here. Andrew Kingsdale.
Andrew, are you here?
Not here. Lauren Comito. Lauren, you're unmuted.
Person as every month. I'll keep this super quick. Summer reading is starting. Huzzah. It's called Summer at BPL. And if you don't know what to read, we have a whole team of people who can tell you what to read online through a service called Book Match. Monday is Juneteenth, the 19th, and the library, all BPL branches will be closed. New York City libraries are still facing $36.2 million in cuts, which will eliminate Sunday service system-wide, stop Saturday service at 20% of BPL locations, and affect our collections budget. So if you have time, please go to investinlibraries.org and send your city councilman a letter, although I've seen Lincoln out in the streets with us protesting. So, your mileage may vary with our city council members. They've both been really supportive. This Saturday, the Leonard Library is going to be setting up a library reading room in Cooper Park with giant chess sets, story time, and a performer, and our book wagon. So come see us. We're just going to be an outdoor library. And following last week's meeting, our staff at Leonard has been able to provide services, spend the last month providing services to our local asylum seekers in shelter, including multiple story times and a weekly drop-in with books and library card applications. And it's been really nice to get to meet our new neighbors. That's it. Thank you all.
Next speaker is Kevin Lachero. Kevin, you're unmuted.
Thank you, and thanks for sticking with the meeting, all of our community board members. I just was calling to let everybody know that on Thursday at 6 p.m. there's going to be a large community rally and march in support of the comprehensive redesign plan for McGinnis Boulevard. Obviously we have been discussing this as a community for the past 2 years at this point, after the tragic death of PS 110 school teacher Matthew Jensen. Obviously not the first person to be killed on McGinnis Boulevard, as so many of you know, who have been serving our community for so long. But our hope is that he is the last person. Unfortunately, in the last couple of weeks, there's been a tremendous amount of money spent and a large push in opposition to the plan, which is really unfortunate. We have all been discussing this as a community for the past 2 years. This community board voted in favor of a comprehensive redesign nearly unanimously, one vote against back in June of 2021, which seems like a lifetime ago. Basically we now have to stand up and fight and push and basically say that this community finally needs safe streets on McGinnis Boulevard. It's long overdue. So I hope that everyone here is able to make it and that you are able to spread the word.
Your 2 minutes is up.
Chairman Fuller would love to see you there. All right. Thank you very much, everybody.
Chairperson.
Chairperson. My apologies, Dallas. Thank you, everybody. Have a great night.
The next speaker is Ryan Coonan.
I am coming tonight to speak on my concerns about the outreach committee. I have expressed my concerns before in an executive committee session because it felt to me like an outreach committee should do outreach, which entails typically emailing, doing certain things. And I have a big concern that as a community board, we still don't have an email list where we announce meetings. It's crazy to me that 30 years into the community board existing, there's not an email list that announces meetings. I find it outrageous that the outreach committee has now existed for years and they haven't worked on anything but the chair's, Sante Michelli's personal grievances as he re-legislates things that have been decided in committee. I think we sat through many a meeting where Santi tries to redo what the land use committee has done, what Bozina has done, what many chairs have done. And this last meeting of the outreach committee to me was egregious. And I think members should watch it. I know some people felt my behavior was out of hand, but I come from the Williamsburg community that protests loud and proudly when we see government officials
Please
doing
summarize,
something wrong.
Ryan, your 2 minutes is up.
The CB should have an email list that sends out meeting announcements, and the outreach committee should work on outreach in general, not just to Sante's pet community. Summarized. That was it. That was the end. That was my last sentence.
Joanna? That last speaker?
That's it for speakers.
Okay, thank you. Committee reports? SLA?
Ooh, God bless Ryan Coonan.
Good evening, everyone. We had our meeting was held on May 23rd. Our committee we had a quorum. Everyone was actually present. Thank you so much. I would like to ask for a motion to accept our report as written. I'm sorry.
I would like to make the motion to accept the
Second.
SLA committee meeting, please.
Joel Group second.
Motion.
Ogden and Joe Gross, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No, it requires a roll call vote.
Against? Abstention? Motion carried.
Thank you so much. And the last thing I would like to say, we have our next meeting is held on Thursday, June 15th. Some people said it's too quick, but we're trying to help the applicants at least to do something before the summer. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Arthur. Ad hoc committee?
Hi, Madam Chair. Thank you. Just, for me, it's very late. It's 4:28 a.m. I'm traveling for business. So
Late
I
for
don't know.
everybody.
So, but it's 4:30 a.m. for me. So, but I'll try to be as fast as I can. The Outreach and Community Issue Committee met on May 31st. We had a total of 47 attendees, and between also with the committee member and some board members. I just will mention, you can read from the report, but the chair of the Capital Budget Committee was present, also the chair of Transportation Committee and the chair of the Environmental Committee were also present at the meeting. It was a brief meeting, and mostly because, yes, we didn't have a meeting in a while, but as you know, the situation with the office hasn't been the best. Now we have a district manager in place, and now we have also an associate in place, after the vote yesterday. So that's a great news. So we knew this was going to happen. And so we want to reset the clock, restate some of the goals, and maybe a few new goals. Definitely one of the intention is to start talking, as now we have the added community issue component to our committee, is start talking more with the community. I don't know about a mailing list that assisted before I was on the board. We can only look forward, and I believe the first step we can do, of course, I can contact a member, the one I know. I know a lot of people in a portion of my community. I wish every board member will do the same. This is a first step, and definitely we know, and I know very well, that there are right now a lot of community issue of different variety, and I will go there in a moment. So the idea is really to start talking more with the community. We'll gain definitely, probably will build a new email list. The moment we do that, we'll have a better understanding, and that will serve also the Capital Budget Committee, which I had conversation with Gina Barros, and she asked many times, but we'll work there more closely as, talking with the community closely, and an opportunity that they don't have, especially in this type of meeting. But that will give a chance also for Gina to have a better understanding on needs that sometimes collide with the world issues. And so this is, one of the important statement. So outreach in combination with this conversation. So we're planning to have a seminar probably in September, as we're going to be closed for the summer. On the community issue, of course, there were many attendees, and there are some very hot topics in the community. As you know, one has been transportation, especially in regard to McGuinness Boulevard, and that's probably what the understanding is, that the community is somehow divided, and we have discovered, and I mentioned last time, the business member of our community, business member, have extreme concern. After the meeting, somehow we received also yesterday just to tap in what probably we not anticipated, because that was something that was in the community, but we received letter, all board member did, from Evergreen, where they expressed very deep concern. I believe those are the concern general in the community, residential community or business community, and also from the Brooklyn Chamber of Commerce. I'm sure you all have read that, so I'm not going to get into detail what the sentiments are, but I believe there is a lot of misinformation, and one of the idea of having maybe in September some seminar, whatever DOT and the public official will decide to do, whatever the board will decide to do in the meantime, but as a job for the outreach and the community issue committee, definitely engage in conversation with the community to have better understanding, and of course there is a segment, Steve Chesler made a very interesting comment. There is certainly a segment in the community that or I'm not saying is against, is in favor, but as concerned, wasn't probably aware, and definitely have our government agency done really due diligence. I believe we have this question, and we need to open this conversation with the community. I understand without doing the job of the transportation committee or whatever, or the full board. No, the committee won't have the full board, but definitely conversation with the community can be useful to any committee and to the full board, which definitely the final decision, it's up to us as a collective agency. And yeah.
Okay, Senator, I don't want, you don't require a vote now. I don't want to lose my quorum.
No, but I believe I forgot tonight we heard Madam Chair on the community issue, and something has come to my attention. And again, yesterday I received other email. There were additional concern, and I mentioned at the committee because that's a major thing. It's really tap on what Joel tonight has brought with this community, and I know some of our public officials have expressed concern about something has to do with quality of life, and especially in regard to the roof and to the type of activity on the venue or the bar and the liquor license. And again, in that regard, Madam Chair, there are two bills that we have discovered that they potentially could become local law. I don't know if you all have the chance to look at the report, which are Intro 31B, and if you don't know what that is practically that will make permanent what we have known until today as the open restaurant program, and will allow for the sidewalk cafe with the road structure in whatever form, which is kind of known. And so this is something that under the request of the mayor has been proposed at the council by, I'm not here to mention some council member, but you can look into that. I believe what is really
okay, Santo, look into it in your committee and come back to the board with a recommendation.
well, no, let me finish, Madam Chair. The
Well,
important
I
thing,
have to move on. It's almost 11 o'clock. I don't want to lose my quorum and
I
you
know
don't have
I know it's
vote.
4:30. It's 4:35 in the morning. Maybe we want to do a vote on this because they will vote in August, and this will become permanent. All the issue that you had raised tonight about concern, about music, about quality of life, about people staying outside the window, somebody could become reality, and there will be a local law, and there is nothing we could do. I'm not saying that there are no parameter in place. There is not any
Like
type
I
of
said, talk about it in your committee and come back to us with a recommendation.
well, in my committee in September, it means this will pass in August with a closed door. And this is a major concern. I will make a motion for both these, and there is also another item in the agenda, Madam
From
Chair.
what I'm looking at, what I'm looking at, you don't have anything to record. You didn't have anything to require a vote. I'm looking at my sheet and it said vote requested. It said no.
No, no, I'm not saying, but what I've discovered yesterday is that practically both this one and the Open Culture Program, which could bring, they could set the stage for many hours a day with the music for 7 days a week in any residential street. And again, there is not parameters in place. There is not mention that the community board will have to say anything on this and that the community will have to say anything on this. I'm not saying that this can't exist, definitely can exist, but with proper mechanism, with a proper process. And the fact will be voted on August is kind of really a very predatory, legislation, because we have no voice. We're going to be close. And I know you're asking to go back to the committee. In the meantime, because of this realization, I will make a motion to send a letter to the mayor, to send a letter to our council member to take time, so maybe we can have conversation with the board and with our community about this.
Okay, I'm seconding the motion.
Wait a minute, you want to take a vote on some legislation?
To halt this legislation so they could come there. Somebody just second, Madam Chair. There are two bills, Intro 31B, May 1823, and Intro 59A. Just to take time so they could come to the board and have our council, our public official, and send it to the mayor so we can have time, because quality of life, it's a jeopardy, seriously.
Excuse me, you want to make a motion, to send a letter to the mayor stating what?
To halt and delay this process, have this coming, because the community board on the open restaurant already voted against, and this is passing against anything, and is passing May to be voted in August, sometime in August. I'm just saying it should come to the community
May I
board.
make a comment? It's Katie. My hand
He's
has been
answering the
raised.
question. He's answering the question because people don't even know what he's talking about. Go ahead, Santa.
So I'm just saying that these bills have to do with quality of life. Community will have concern and community will be impacted, both of them. They cannot be voted by city council with a closed door, with no input from the community, especially on a bill which the community board, our community board, and 50 other community board voted against, and is passing with a closed door. This is not proper for the mayor to ask to pass this and cancel. And both bill, we should take time. We should ask our public official, as Mr. Gross has done a great work, which I support fully with this community, because this is something can endanger the quality of life of his resident. Has to come through us, as you know, we need to give input. I'm not saying that they don't need to assist, but we need parameter in place before a bill like this is passed. So I'll make a motion to send a letter to all our public officials and to the mayor, and delay the process, having coming through the community board, so we can have a full understanding of what these bills are, with the proper mechanism to safeguard the community and safeguard the quality of life. That's my
I'm
motion.
seconding the motion.
Chief Chancellor.
Sorry, my hand has been
Yeah,
raised. as well.
thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just finding this really absurd that at almost 11 o'clock at night, after, we've been here for over 4 hours, they're just, and it wasn't even discussed in committee, that we're just throwing out this vote. It's just, I feel like it's something that should have, been discussed months and months ago to come to an informed decision, but just to throw it into a committee report or vote the last minute, I'm just finding that really, really frustrating.
It's an emergency. This was published on May 25. The committee had a meeting.
Well, it's emergency to you, but I don't know if it's a really emergency.
It's not
to everyone
emergency
else.
to me. I believe it's emergency to any community,
Everybody.
to everybody. It's emergency.
Everybody.
Did you send this legislation out to the committee? The board?
Send it, let's say, so to everybody, to the full board. Is attached to there are 30 page, whatever, 40 page to the full board. But what I discovered, that this will be voted in August, within 31st of August, of which we're not going to even hold any meeting. There is no time for a committee to have any meeting, nothing. This will go. I'm not saying that, but it's kind of known entirely. And that's why I said it's an emergency. It wasn't even my intention to have it for a vote. Otherwise, I would have said. But the discovery of August, it's definitely an emergency. That's all I want to say.
So you're saying it just came to your attention and they're voting on it in August and you want us to vote and give our input?
Yes.
Okay. Fareed, Austin?
Oh, thank you. So just a point of order. Isn't this supposed to be outreach committee meeting and this would constitute new business? So I'm just curious if
This is community issues.
right now.
Cardio Life is a community issue.
Sorry, my question is directed to Chairperson Fuller.
Okay, sorry, I thought you were.
What was your question?
I believe this constitutes new business, and so it should wait for
Well,
them.
he's given his report, so he don't have to come to new business. He's given his report and it just come to his attention and he's trying to get it in with his report.
Okay.
Daisy?
Yeah, it was brought up during the committee meeting, but there was no dialogue about these particular laws. I'd be curious what outreach was done about it. If we are talking about outreach, I feel aligned with Steve Chesler that pretty upset at the idea of bringing forth a motion without any sort of dialogue whatsoever from a committee entitled Outreach where no outreach has been done. I am very aware of the Open Culture program after working at Cultural Affairs for almost a decade and fully support what it proposes. And there hasn't been any dialogue. And there wasn't dialogue at the committee, although these particular laws were highlighted as emergency issues, but there was zero discussion about them. So I don't know what, other than, again, the chair's personal experiences, I don't know who in the community has expressed or what sort of outreach has been done to sort of get representation across the community about their feelings
We can't hear you,
these
Daisy.
particular laws.
Well, we're discussing it now. Paul Caltabon?
Yeah, I just think that, for this important issue, there should be a hearing and some dialogue about it, not this sort of just like late night throw out emotion when people don't even understand what exactly it's about. It seems highly irregular, and I would recommend that we not proceed with this kind of motion.
Well, I can understand. I can understand the urgency of it, that he wants to get a vote. Julie? We don't always get things in a timely manner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, because I was about to say what you said. He just found out that the vote's going to happen in August. All he's asking that we as a board send a letter basically to state our concerns about them taking a vote on things and matters that we haven't been able to discuss. I don't know what's so hard to understand. I mean, Asante, yes, he goes on, but you got to pay attention and skip around and listen to what he's saying. He's just asking that we propose a letter basically to say that we really don't know what's going on and how are you going to vote on something that we have not had the time yet to have a meeting on. That's the simple thing he's asking. So that's the motion. Please understand, it's late, people. It's time to go to bed.
Yeah.
Totally agree.
Yeah, we're going on recess. So there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? We can vote it
Joel
up and vote
Gross.
it down.
Joel Gross.
There's a second. Simon?
Yes.
Okay, we can vote it up or down. Sonia?
Can I just, this is Del Teague, I had my hand up. I just want to say, yes, what Julie said. I think that, look, if we don't ask for this delay, then it's a fait accompli and it'll go through in August. And so I'm not sure what the harm is of asking for a delay, but that's what I want.
And a delay and an invitation to come to the board so we know what parameter and mechanism will be in place.
Okay, motion has been made and second. Can I have a roll call vote, please? Vote it up or down?
Yes.
Biden Bakawaki.
Yes.
Lisa Bamanti.
Yes.
Gina Barrows.
Yes.
Eric Rosaitis. Iris Cabrera. Phil Caponegro.
Yes.
Frank Cabone,
Yes.
Steve Chesler,
No.
Michael Chinchilla, Teresa Sincado, Kevin Costa,
No.
Stephanie Cuevas, Ron Daly, Giovanni Diamato,
No.
Aaron Drinkwater, Arthur Dibanowski,
Yes.
Angelina Contreras, Lloyd Fang, Julia Amanda Foster,
Yes.
Crystal Garcia, Joe Goldstein, Joe Gross,
Yes.
David Helmick, Katie Danny Howard,
No.
Tony Iglesias, yes. Moses Ending, Jacob Iskowitz, Robert Jeffrey,
No.
Mozina Kaminsky,
Yes.
Corey Canton,
Yes.
Paul Kilterborn,
No.
William Crosbo, Marie Liaison, Adam Myers, Dante Matelli,
Yes.
Toby Moskowitz, Rabbi David Needleman, Mary Domerick, Janice Peterson, Austin Bird,
Yes, could someone please read the motion? I'm not sure what I'm voting on.
the motion to send a letter to the mayor and the elected officials delaying the process of the bill. What was the bill number, Ms. Sante?
Yeah, to delay the voting on this local law and to come to the community board and explain well what the parameter would be and how this could work and have input from the board. Whatever you want to word it, but this is the idea.
Which local laws?
Yes, which local laws?
I mentioned before, intro 31B on May 18, 23 and intro 59A, May 18, 23.
Okay, could you write it, Mr. Austin? What is your vote?
Yes, I support sending the letter.
Okay, Ms. Joe Rojas, Better Sable,
Yes.
Isaac Sofa, Samir,
Yes.
Joe T,
Yes.
William Vega, Simon Weiser.
Sonia, this is Ronan. It's yes for me.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Sonia.
Aaron Drinkwater votes no.
Simon Weiser,
No for Kevin too.
Kevin. What was your vote, Kevin?
Kevin Costa?
He said, what he voted, no? Mr. Costa voted no. You saying you vote?
No vote for Kevin Costa, yeah.
A no vote. Okay, I got it.
And Aaron Drinkwater votes no.
Thank you, Aaron. Eighteen yes votes, 7 no votes. Motion passed. Thank you, Sonia. Thank you,
Yes.
Sandra.
Yes, Madam Chair, just to the last few lines. And so definitely the issue were really one of the major topics on the quality of life, the meeting, but also we spoke briefly about, and that's something we'll do internally with Joanna, and now if the Ristessa will be in place, and yesterday I heard she was quite confident with social media. It was also about maybe put in place the creation of a button in our website. I know Eric Brusader has mentioned it was in regard to links and possible information in regard to the issue of McGuinness Boulevard, and if that could help the community. So I will talk also with Eric about that when the office is ready and has the capability to do that, and definitely also for other things. And yeah, that's all for tonight.
Thank you, Sante. Del T, land
Thank
use.
you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to try to be as quick as I can be. There are actually 3 items. So the first was the citywide text amendment called the City of Yes for Carbon Neutrality. As they explained it, and by the way, the whole thing was sent to everyone as part of this report. So I'm assuming that you've all looked at the whole presentation. So they're not really passing new laws. What they're trying to do, at least this is how they explained it, they're trying to make it easier and have some zoning amendments to make it easier for developers and homeowners and people to comply with the laws like Local Law 97, which are already in place, which mandate decarbonization. And so there are different categories. So for energy storage, for instance, they'll encourage local energy storage. They'll remove some of the impediments to solar canopies on rooftops and over parking lots, create new tools for onshore wind generation, and update the storage rules. And then they're talking about vehicular decarbonization. So it'll be easy to have more charging places, and they can be in in residential spaces and commercial districts, places where they weren't before, and they'll update the laws on the flex parking. They'll encourage use of bike scooters in mass transit. And then for stream water runoff, they will do things like encouraging permeable porous paving, and the requirements on rooftop greenhouses will be streamlined. The committee felt that since this was really just taking away some of the red tape for the laws that are already in place, the committee voted to approve the application, the plan, except for Section 4, which deals with the provision that allows storage of building scale batteries on residential rooftops. We explained to them that we have very serious concerns about being ready to do this on residential buildings. We talked to them about our disappointment about how the city has ignored our concerns about the rooftop batteries that are going to go on 315 Berry Street, which has been approved in spite of our very strong opposition. And so the committee voted to approve the proposals except number 4, which deals with energy storage systems on buildings. That provision should be not denied until the FDNY establishes protocols for extinguishing fires caused by building scale energy storage systems. Remember, one of the problems that happened was when we got the FDNY to come to talk to us about 315 Berry, they admitted that they don't have these protocols in place. They don't have experience in dealing with putting out these fires. So I need a vote. That's the resolution. Approve it except for the that which deals with energy storage systems on buildings. It would allow provisions for allowing these systems on residential buildings. So I need a vote on that.
Motion to approve that. Eric.
Motion made by who?
Eric.
Presiding?
We have a second?
Eric.
Yeah.
Eric.
Yeah.
I second Corey Canton.
Guys.
Who second?
Corey Canton.
Eric and Corey Canton.
Yes,
Yep.
thank you.
Ready? Gina Argento.
Yes.
Martin Markowski.
Yes.
Lisa Bermonti,
Yes.
Tina Barrows,
Yes.
Eric Poseidon,
Yes.
Iris Cabrera,
Yes.
Phil Caponegro,
Yes.
Mike Cabone,
Yes.
Keith Tesper,
Yes.
Michael Chinchilla, Teresa Sinclair, Kevin Costa,
Yes.
Stephanie Cuevas, Ron and Daly,
Yes.
Giovanni D'Amato,
Yes.
Aaron Drinkwater. Aaron? Arthur Divinacci.
Yes.
And
Yes.
Julia Mandapasta.
What?
Julia Mandapasta.
Oh, yes, somebody has their phone open. It's hard to hear. And yes,
You-
Sonia.
Thank you. Crystal Garcia. Joe Goldstein.
Yes.
Joe Gross.
Yes.
David Helmick. Sabrina Hell. Katie Denny Horowitz. Katie?
Yes.
Sonia Iglesias, yes. Moses Zinding. Jacob Itzkowitz. Robert Jeffrey.
Yes.
Mosina Kaminsky.
Yes.
Corey Canton. Paul Kilterborn.
Yes.
William Clasbo. Marie Liaison. Adam Myers. Sante Michelli.
Yes.
Toby Moskowitz. Rabbi David Needleman. Mary Dahmer. Janice Peterson. Austin Bird.
No.
Michelle Rojas. Bella Sable.
Yes.
Isaac Soper.
Yes.
Samir.
Yes.
Del T.
Yes.
William Vega. Simon Weiser.
Yes.
Twenty-eight yes. 1 no. 0 abstentions. 0 recusal. Motion passed.
Okay, thank you. Then, next. Thank you, Sonia. In the interest of trying to not have to have a board meeting during summer, we allowed Two Trees to present to us under new business. Dave Lambino called me a couple of days before our committee meeting and said that he was just told by the design commission that he had to come to the board to get our input on his application to put some uplighting in the refinery and a distinctive sidewalk around the marquee entrance. It was too late to put him on our agenda. However, the committee looked at this and we felt that we had the sense that this is not going to be a controversial application and it doesn't require a public hearing. So the uplighting is already in existence around the three sides of the building, but they needed to come to us because the fourth side of the building is on Kent Avenue, which is a public street. We felt that the lighting that's already there is really very, very attractive, and that it would be aesthetically very nice to have it also along Kent, and would also increase safety. And a member of the community was at the meeting, and he just wanted to make sure that if along Kent, if the city decided that they wanted to put more barriers or change the bike lanes, would the light poles be movable to accommodate that? And the answer was yes. Then with the distinctive sidewalk, it's just a an area in front of the marquee entrance that will be slightly different color, of just a slightly darker gray, smaller bricks. We felt that it was appropriate, that it was subtle, it was attractive. So the committee voted unanimously to approve the application. And again, this was also sent with my report to everyone. So I'm hoping to have a vote. Or I'm hoping to have a motion.
Making a motion to approve it.
I second
Joe,
that.
second
Iris
that.
Cabrera.
Second, Phil Caponegro.
I think Iris Cabrera seconded.
Okay.
Iris.
Good enough.
Thank you. Thanks.
Cabrera, guys, you have to help me out here. I know it's late, but come on. When you say
Roll call vote, please.
please. Tina Gento. Tina Argento. Karin Bakowski.
Yes.
Sibamansi.
Yes.
Tina Harold. Tina?
Yes.
Iris Rosales.
Phil, please mute yourself.
Iris Cabrera.
Yes.
Phil Caponegro.
Yes.
Frank Capone.
Yes.
Steve Chesler.
Yes.
Michael Chincella, Teresa Sancaro, Kevin Costa,
Yes.
Stephanie Cuevas, Juan Daly,
Yes.
Giovanni Diamaro,
Yes.
Evan Drinkwater,
Yes.
Arthur Tibinovsky,
Yes.
Angelina Grotas, Lloyd Fang, Julia Amanda Foster,
Yes.
Crystal Garcia, Joe Goldstein,
Yes.
Joe Gross,
Yes.
David Helmick, Sabrina Hell, Katie Denny Horwitz,
Abstain?
you saying? Tony Iglesias, yes. Moses Zinding, Jacob Iskowitz, Robert Jeffrey,
Yes.
Modena Kaminsky,
Yes.
Corey Canton,
Yes.
Paul Kilterborn,
Yes.
William Casbold, Marie Lieza, Adam Myers, Sante Matelli,
Yes.
Toby Moskowitz, Rabbi David Niederman, Mario Domerick, Janice Peterson, Austin Firth,
Yes.
Michelle Rojas, Bella Sables,
Yes.
Isaac Soper,
Yes.
Samir,
Yes.
Zauti,
Yes.
William Vega, Simon Weiser.
Yes.
Sonia, this is Gina. I voted yes.
Thank you, Gina. Twenty-nine yes, there were no, one abstention, no recusal. Motion passed.
Thank you. All right, I have one more. This is somewhat unusual, but again, in the interest of hopefully giving us a well-needed break for the summer, this came to us after after the land use committee meeting met. Sorry, I'm falling asleep here. Anyway, it is that the Department of City Planning wants to know if we have an objection. It's not a ULIP matter, but if we have an objection to the request for the building at 497 Grand Street to be certified as a fresh food store. It's a 9-story building with 185 units, essentially as of right, except that they are, if they do get the certification, to put in the fresh food store, then as a, reward for that, they get 20,000 extra square feet. So we also sent this out to the board, and I'm really just asking, does anybody have an objection to allowing a fresh food store? I felt that I've never seen one of these applications turned down because we usually really feel that we really need these. But I put it to you. Can we take a vote? Can I
Motion to approve.
find out if anybody has an objection?
Second that motion.
Sorry.
No objections. Motion approved.
Really, basically, I guess we could do, why don't we do it as a motion rather than my saying, does anybody have an objection? So I guess a motion.
Wait, if we don't need a vote, I'm sorry, Del, if we don't need a vote, I withdraw my motion.
Well, I need to know one way or another if anybody has an objection. I think a motion makes sense, a motion that we have no objection.
I second the motion.
I make a motion.
A motion with no objection, it was made by.
Yeah.
Made by.
Sorry, guys, but I just felt we
Ronan.
really needed a break.
Marnin, Daly,
Yep.
seconds by,
Simon Weiser.
I couldn't hear that. Who seconds?
Simon.
Simon Weiser.
Ready? Tina Argento,
Yes.
Martin Bakalowski,
Yes.
Lisa Bamanti,
Yes.
Gina Barrow.
Yes.
Eric,
Yes, sorry.
Eric Cabrera,
Yes, and I'm falling asleep as
Bill,
well.
Bill, mute yourself.
come on guys, Bill Caponegro. Bill, Brian Cabone,
Yes.
Yes.
thank you. Steve Tesler,
Yes.
Michael Chincella, Teresa Sincata, Kevin Costa, Stephanie Cuevas, Martin Daly,
Yes.
Giovanni D'Amato,
Yes.
Evan Drinkwater,
Yes.
Arthur Tibanowski,
Yes.
Angelina Lloyd Fang, Julia Mandopasta,
Yes, ma'am.
Crystal Garcia, Joe Goldstein,
Yes.
Joe Gross,
Yes.
David Helmick, Sabrina Help, Katie Denny Horowitz,
Yes.
Thank you.
says yes. Moses Ending, Jacob Ipsowitz, Robert Jeffrey,
Yes.
Mosina Kaminsky,
Yes.
Corey Canton,
Yes.
Paul Kilterborn,
Yes.
William Clasbo, Marie Liaison, Adam Myers, Sante Michelli,
Yes. Yes.
Toby Moskowitz, Rabbi David Needleman, Mary Adamarick, Janice Peterson, Austin Ferd,
Yes.
Michelle Rojas, Bella Sables,
Yes.
Isaac Soper,
Yes.
Samir,
Yes.
Del T,
Yes.
William Vega, Simon Weiser.
Yes. Thank you.
Twenty-nine yes, 0 no, 0 abstentions, 0 recusal. Motion passed.
Thank you. So that's it for me. I really wish you all wonderful summer. And then when we get back, I really do encourage people to come to the executive committee meeting and have more of an input with us directly. So,
Thank you, Dale. It's come to my attention that we didn't do a roll call vote on the SLA report. So we have to go back and do a roll call vote on the SLA report. Who second?
Yes, I made.
Davenowski, who second those? Who made the motion? Who seconded?
I make the first motion.
Joel Gross.
Okay, Davenowski and Joe Gross. So we need a roll call vote on the SLA report. Sorry.
Macharovsky and Joe Gross.
Please. Gina Gentle. Gina or Gentle? Bobby Makowski.
Yes.
Lisa Bermonte.
Yes.
Gina Barrows.
Yes.
Eric Rosides. Eric?
Yes, sorry, yes.
Iris Cabrera.
Yes.
Bill Caponegro.
Yes.
Frank Cabone.
Yes.
Steve Chesler.
Yes.
Michael Chinchilla, Teresa Sincado, Kevin Costa,
Yes.
Stephanie Cuevas, Ron Davy,
Yes.
Giovanni Diamato,
Yes.
Aaron Drinkwater,
Yes.
Arthur Divinowski,
Yes.
Angela Rotas, Roy Feng, Julia Amanda Foster,
Yes.
Crystal Garcia, Joe Goldstein,
Yes.
Joe Gross,
Yes.
Sabrina Howe, Katie Denny Horwitz,
Yes.
Tony Iglesias, yes, Moses Indy, Jacob Iskowitz, Robert Jeffrey,
Yes.
Rosina Kaminsky, Corey Canton,
Yes.
Paul Kilterborn,
Yes.
William Claswell.
Bozina, yes, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Bozina. William Claswell. Marie Liaison, Adam Myers, Sante Michelli, Toby Moskowitz, Rabbi David Needleman,
Ante Michele, yes. Sorry.
Janice Peterson, Austin Ferd,
Yes.
Michelle Rojas, Bella Sables,
Yes.
Isaac Soford,
Yes.
Samir,
Yes.
Del T,
Yes.
William Vega, Simon Weiser.
Yes.
Sorry, this is Kevin. Yes.
Kevin. Twenty-nine yes, 0 no, 0 abstentions, 0 recusal, motion carries.
Thank you, Sonia. Public safety, Browner.
All right, I'll knock through this pretty quickly because I know it's getting late. 90th precinct along with 94th PSA 3 came by to do their presentation. For 90th, we had the new commanding officer, Mara Chillen, who came by and gave his report. Big focus for them currently is focus on school deployment and on areas where students tend to congregate. A couple areas for that. One is the McDonald's by the BQE, and then subway stations are the next. As far as crime statistics for 90th precinct, overall all crime categories are down, up 8% from compared to this time last year in June. But it is overall down in every category. As far as dispensaries, there are 1,600 citywide with some restrictions. The 90th precinct has been pretty involved in this, and they've been doing a lot of outreach for intel that they're getting for the dispensaries in our area is that they're selling a lot to minors. And because of that, the 90th, along with 94th, have been doing a lot of operations in those locations. They've mostly been using underage auxiliary units to go in and investigate, and then with the materials and evidence that they find, report back to DA. And both precincts, along with DA, are working to build nuisance abatements cases against these areas. Their plan is that if they can put evidence forward about a number of incidents that are reoccurring, then they can have those places either heavily fined or potentially shut down if there's enough. But that's the 90th collecting data and helping to build a case against them. As far as commercial robberies, there's been a lot of arrests made, and in comparison to the past month, robberies are down 45%. Grand larceny auto is one of the major categories of crime that's increasing. While pretty much everything else is going down, grand larceny is going up, and this is up 100% from this time last year. Both 90th and 94th are seeing trends where it mostly revolves around Honda CRVs. Again, that's in both precincts, but it's also across the city. And it's because criminals now have a trend where they can make their own fob, and because of that, they're able to get inside a car and then break it and drive away with it. As far as statistics, again, that's 10 times more incidents from this time to last year and 20 times more incidents from this month compared to the month before. Recommendation from the 90th to prevent that for any car owners in the district is to get AirTags, cost around 100, or there's cheaper models on Amazon. But they have a lot of reports of people leaving their cars running and then going into a store or whatever. But just general advice is bear in mind that the car can disappear if you leave it running, or especially if it's on to CRV and people are able to make tags. As far as nightlife crimes have been continuing to trend down over the past month. Some small pickpocketing occurrences, but compared to what we saw back in the fall, these are much more down. In the past month, there's only been 2 incidents, which again is nothing compared to what the 90th was encountering before. This is mostly because bars are now working together to spread the word of incidents. So if there's some type of criminal activity in one location and those people leave, word is spread between the bars through group chats and organizations such as Babar. And 90th and 94th are also circulating profiles and photos that can then be circulated among the bars. Advice from 90th is pretty general. Just don't leave your bag or coat unattended, same as your car. Package crimes, this one is tough to address, but their advice is, press your landlords for lockboxes, give it to doorman, neighbor, whatever else. As far as traffic crimes, 90th is working to have more enforcement of mopeds, e-bikes, all that type of stuff, especially when it's related to sidewalks. Initially, with their new CO, they entered a period of grace period where they were advising drivers and kind of taking a step back. But at this point, their team of traffic safety officers are now clamping down, and they're trying to do a public awareness campaign. As far as 94th precinct, 94th precinct is seeing similar issues. This report was given by Deputy Inspector Fahey. As far as index crimes, they're up 13% in the same day period, but similar trends where it's auto grand larcenies and some property crimes, including package thefts. Overall, down 8% in robberies, down 41% in felony assaults, and down 20% in burglary, which is huge. However, it's the auto grand larcenies that drive it up by 27%. And actually, I'm sorry, it's up 333% for grand larceny autos. Their issue is similar with the CRVs, where in one night, 3 were even stolen. So at this point, Auto Crimes Unit for NYPD across the city are working together on this. Another area that they brought up are identity crimes, where it's also mostly centered around young people at bars, late night spots, where they'll encounter somebody that asks to share social media and then enters banking accounts. ATMs are also an issue, and we're seeing similar trends with distraction scams involving older individuals, where elderly folks are told that they've dropped money on the ground, and when they go to pick it up, the perpetrator swaps the debit card from the swipe. Dispensaries, abatement in crimes against, as I mentioned this earlier, where both precincts are taking a similar approach to nuisance and abatement. 94th has for a while been using underage auxiliary officers to go in once they have probable cause and just keep an eye on the locations. And at this point, their strategy is to target specific dispensaries and locations that they've gotten a lot of feedback from. The big one is Zaza. But now, it was mentioned earlier tonight, but now OCM has its own task force that is now able to keep an eye on both regulated and unregulated dispensaries, which is new. Similar effect to how the sheriffs were policing nightlife establishments during COVID. 94th and 90th and PSA 3 partner with sheriff's units, narcotics units, but will keep coming back to us once they have more information on regulation similar to what we were waiting for tonight. But as far, so I'm sorry, so that's 94th, that's 90th. Hopping over to PSA 3, what they've noticed is that there is a rise in violent crimes in their area, which is different from 90th and 94th, which have gone down. They've been seeing a trend for the past year of delivery drivers, where delivery drivers will drop goods off, but be encouraged to go up to upper floors where there aren't cameras. Once they do that, there's robberies that take place there, and their e-bikes or mopeds are also liable for theft. Julie Foster brought a couple points up when we were looking at PSA 3, and there's an increase of smoking in housing. But PSA 3, similar to 94th and 90th, and now working with OCM, are increasing the summons issued for marijuana use as far as public consumption, similar to when smoking ban was rolled out. Again, just moving quickly through the report. FDNY dropped by. FDNY cautioned, especially for summer period, to watch out for a couple of things: barbecues, grills, fire pits, and fireworks. Fireworks illegal in New York, but the issue is that people who buy tend to go across the bridge to New Jersey, pick it up, and come back. So fire marshals are now actively targeting distributors, but it's difficult because it's between state lines. They're working with inspection units who target tips generated from 3011. As far as statistics, structural fires 47, non-structural fires 35, medical emergencies 548, non-medical emergencies 491. Total for community board is 1,121, but put in perspective against the borough is 14,329. But overall, that's a huge decrease from when they met with us 2 months ago. Last point with FDNY is lithium ion batteries. This has been a big one for them from the past year whenever they've come to meet with us. Continues to be a recurring trend, and this is for everything from e-bikes to consumer products. Andrew Epstein has always been regular, attending these meetings and always coming by and giving advice. When he came by, we asked him specifically, could you give us context from a legislative point of view as far as cannabis and dispensaries and legislation? A lot of the points that he mentioned were already covered tonight, so I'll skim through those. But more just wanted to say thanks to him and CO Marichelin and the Deputy Inspector Fahey. Last point with this, again, just trying to wrap this up quickly. We had a group called Hip Hodic Helps who dropped by our meeting. Hip Hodic Helps were initially looking to open, they kind of gave us vague terms of what they were looking for. At times it seemed like a shelter, at times it seemed like a social services, educational, number of different things. When public safety understood the scope and the scale of this, and the lack of documentation and credentials that they're supplying to us, our recommendation immediately was that they need to go to the full board. And in the interim between Public Safety Committee and full board meeting and agenda going out about a week ago, we looked into their accreditation. They had made claims that they had worked with Canva. They had made claims that they had worked with Oasis. They had made claims that they were on the board of OCM. Reached out to all three. None of those claims checked out. They'd also mentioned that they had a lease for a property that was also not true. So because of that, we removed them from the agenda. And that is the report from FDNY, NYPD, elected officials. OCM and DA were due to come by, but couldn't at the last minute. So they will be coming by in September along with all these other groups to give their report. But again, that's public safety. So sorry for rushing through that.
I have a question, Chancellor.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Ron. Great report. Where was that organization intending to open up a quote unquote shelter?
Again, the whole application was a little vague and it was hard to get specific details from them, which is why we pushed them to full board and then pushed them, remove them from the agenda. But are trying to see if I can find it. Give me 1 second, Steve. I think it's 285. Give me 1 second, Steve. This was 960 Manhattan Ave.
Thanks.
Yep. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Parks as written, have, announcements, electeds. Abraham Lugo Bello, Jennifer's office, are you still here?
I am still here. Hi, everybody. It's been a long night. Hope you're all doing well. Really quickly, I just wanted to give some brief updates from D34 side for Councilmember Gutierrez. So we have a few events going on. This Saturday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., we're having an e-waste event at El Puente in Williamsburg. So if you all can please be so kind to let folks in the community know that, you know, they can bring old electronics, tech that they want to get rid of. Our friends at the Lower East Side Ecology Center are going to be there to kind of take that out of folks' hands. So thank you to them. And we'll be having family-friendly tables, things like that, a community tech lab opening. So it's going to be great. I'll send that flyer over to the CB. We've also been very active this spring with our trash force. We've been doing quite a few cleanups each month in different areas of the district. So this next one is going to be at Newtown Creek on the 24th. So we're always open to more volunteers. I'll also share that over with the CB. We're also gearing up for our community health fair with Cooper Park and their resident council on the 8th of next month from 12 to 4 p.m. So there's going to be a lot of good resources over there with free health screenings. I know there's going to be blood pressure tests, glucose, BMI, CPR trainings, lots of good stuff available to absolutely anybody that wants to come out. So please be sure to help spread that word. But more so, less on the event side now and more on what we've been doing, and I'll keep it brief. One of our biggest focuses right now is our NYCHA developments as usual, and just ensuring that repairs are being made, you know, effectively and efficiently. So we're currently tracking specifically mold and leaks in all of our D34 developments. And we're also trying to kind of take that data and track it from development to spread awareness for OCC, which is a program that was essentially created to hold NYCHA accountable for those repairs. So we're just letting folks know about that. And then lastly, just wanted to give just some brief remarks about how the council member and other members of the Progressive Caucus actually recently had a town hall just discussing the budget that's soon going to come up for a vote and the mayor's continued advocacy to, you know, cut things that the caucus deem as essential services in our community. So we just wanted to come out and also stress how much our office and particularly the council member have been, you know, fighting for these pivotal services, their libraries, Meal for Seniors, and obviously most prominently our education system for New Yorkers. So she's just been fighting tirelessly against these cuts. Wanted to come out here to please ask you all to continue your advocacy for, you know, what the community needs are, what you feel about these cuts, and especially if you are going to be or already have been affected by these cuts. We want to know about it, and we want to urge you to let the mayor's office know about it as well. But we'll keep you updated on how the vote goes. And if you have any questions, again, I'll send all of the event info over to the CB email so you all have it. But I will also share my email with anybody that is new around these parts. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Jonathan from the DA's office. Evelyn Cruz from Lydia Velasquez's office.
She talked already.
I know she did, but that was something else. Emmett Schuyler, Office of the Public Advocate. Okay, I guess everybody left. Okay, any old business? Any new business?
Julio? Not a really new business, but just want to remind everybody early election starts this Saturday. Get out there and vote. Get out and vote. You have 9 days for early election.
Thank you, Julie.
You're welcome.
Austin, you had a question?
Yeah, thanks. I had some new business. So similarly to earlier tonight, I did actually just hear about something disturbing. But Music Hall of Williamsburg will be hosting a Turning Points USA event with the far-right provocateur Charlie Kirk on Saturday the 17th. While it's not listed publicly on the venue's website, Saturday's event is listed on Turning Point USA websites as happening at Music Hall of Williamsburg. Charlie Kirk has a track record attacking transgender people's right to existence, attacking education on racism in America, has led rallies attacking the 2020 election results, has called George Floyd a scumbag, claims that the gay community is coming for your children. And last weekend, he tried to take down a pride flag from a venue. This echoes the recent vandalism of pride flags here in New York City at Stonewall Inn. I'd like a letter from the community board, from Community Board 1, expressing our deep disappointment in the Music Hall of Williamsburg hosting far-right provocateur Charlie Kirk, and strongly encourage the venue to cancel this event.
I second that motion.
We want to take a vote now on can you repeat that? What you making a motion, what you making a vote on?
A letter from the community board, or a statement from the Community Board 1, expressing our deep disappointment in Music Hall of Williamsburg hosting far-right provocateur Charlie Kirk, and strongly encouraging them to cancel the event this Saturday, June 17th.
Okay, and it was second.
Yeah, Chesler seconded.
Okay, I don't know if we have a quorum. Roll call vote, please.
Ina Denso.
I had a question.
Ina. Bobby Makowski.
Yes.
Lisa Bermonti. Gina Barrows.
Yes.
Eric Buzides.
Nothing but a small, peaceful town.
Iris
Much you can keep force-spirited use like you have. Now I'm sure you're not.
Everybody mute themselves that's not speaking.
Yes.
So.
Go.
Yes.
Stephen Chesler.
Yes.
Michael Chinchilla. Kevin Costa. Kevin. Ronan Daly.
Yes.
Giovanni Diamato. Evan Drinkwater. Arthur Dimanovsky.
Yes.
Angelina Grosshouse. Lloyd Fang. Julia Amanda Foster.
Yes,
Julia
ma'am.
Amanda-
Yes,
Oh,
yes,
sorry.
I'm here.
Crystal Garcia. Joe Goldstein. Joe Gross. David Helmick. Sabrina Help. Katie Denny Horwitz.
Yes.
Tony Iglesias, yes. Moses Indy. Jacob Iskowitz. Robert Jeffrey.
Yes.
Rosina Kaminsky.
Yes.
Corey Canton.
Yes.
Paul Kilterborn.
Yes.
William Crasbo. Marie Liaison. Adam Myers. Sante Machete. Toby Moskowitz.
Sante, yes. Sorry, Sonny.
Yes, okay, thank you. Maria Domerick. Janice Peterson. Austin Furt.
Yes.
Michelle Rojas. Bella Sables.
Yes.
Isaac Sofer. Samir.
Yes.
Zelty. Zelty. William Vega. Simon Weiser. 19 yes, 0 no, 0 abstentions, 0 recusal. Motion passed.
What did you say, Sonia?
19 yes. It's over the majority. Means it's
Do
19
we still have a quorum? 19 yes, how many?
Oh, wait a minute. According to here, the people that are voting, but they are present, and people did not vote. I have 25. 25 is a quorum based on here. So where are they? Look at the panelists. If you just subtract the people.
We can't hear you, Sonia.
I said, you look at the thing. Simon is on, but he didn't vote. There are people that are on that haven't voted, but they're on the panelist. I mean, the participants list. We have 37.
Well, you gotta go by the people that voted.
Yeah, but some people won't vote, but we don't. We can't.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe call the names that are in attendance, but you don't have a vote for. Maybe you couldn't hear them.
Yeah, because
That's
I
a lot.
called.
It's a lot, but
Yeah, because Giovanni D'Amato, Giovanni isn't there. Let me see. Eric Rosides.
oh, I said yes.
Yeah, I didn't hear you. See, Iris
Yeah.
Cabrera, Frank Cabone. Who else is missing? Eric was missing. That's 20.
Sonia, it's Lisa. I say yes.
Monty, yes. 21.
Frank Carbone, I said yes.
Okay, Frank Cabone. Mr. Gross is on there, but he didn't vote. Mr. Gross? Joe Gross? Joe Gross? We only have 24 in the stuff. We only have 24, so the quorum is lost.
About Del Teague.
Yeah, Del T, she voted.
I didn't answer.
She left. Del T, she left. She left. Everyone that couldn't.
Hey everybody, I'm on. Giovanni D'Amato. I
Hello.
support the motion.
Thank you, Giovanni. Let's see. I have 22 yes. And I counted 25 people that are supposed to be present, Madam Chair. I don't know what to do. According to our panelists, when you subtract those that are not panelists, I have 25 in total, but I only had 24 votes. I don't know what you guys want to do.
We can't hear you, Sonia. You got how many votes?
We got 24 votes, and then from the panelists, we have 25. So Joe Gross is on it, but Joe Gross hasn't voted, so I don't know what you guys want to do. I mean,
This is Kevin. Sorry, I was having trouble with tech. I vote yes.
okay, Mr. Costa. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, Okay, second, okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23.
Gross is not picking up his phone, so he's probably not there.
Oh, wow. No, I'm just counting. I'm exhausted. We only have 24. We don't have,
24?
yep, we don't have quorum.
Yeah.
Kevin made it 25. but maybe I'm-
We don't have a quorum anymore. That's it.
Wait, is that with or without my vote? Sorry,
What?
I think that's 25, right?
No, your vote is 24. I miscounted. I'm too tired. It's 11, it's gonna be 12 o'clock.
Come on, we don't, you know.
I thought Kevin was the 25th.
So, Tina then told you left, right?
Come on.
They left. I mean, I don't know what to tell you guys.
Well,
You don't have a quorum, the motion failed.
the motion fails and the meeting is ended. There's not a quorum here anymore, ladies and gentlemen.
You don't have a quorum. You might have people on, but they probably just didn't cut themselves off. We don't have a quorum.
Fortunately, that's it.
So we lost the quorum, people. Sorry.
Okay.
Wasn't the 25th?
Good night.
Have a motion to adjourn.
25th, Aston, we didn't have a quorum.
All right.
I have a motion to adjourn.
Can't, no quorum.
I make a motion that we adjourn.
Make a motion.
Second.
Adjourn.
Okay, thank you, everybody, for your patience. You know, we broke a record tonight. We've never been a meeting this long, and 2 meetings back to back. So I appreciate all the contribution, the time that everybody spent trying to help us get through this before we go on vacation so we don't have to come back. So thank you, everybody. Have a great summer. Be safe, be healthy, and stay well. Good night.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everyone.
Good night. Good night. Good night.